Chapter 20. Mi Gran Amor. 5 weeks. That's how long he spent in a hospital bed. First in the Gonzalez Clinic on 14th, just up the block from the Circolo Cubano, and then under the alias Rodrigo Martinez at the Centro Asturiano Hospital 12 blocks east. The Cubans might have fought with the Spaniards, and the southern Spaniards might have fought with the northern Spaniards, and all of them had their beefs with the Italians and the American Negroes. But when it came to medical care, Ybor was a mutual aid collective. Everyone down there knew that no one in white Tampa would lift a finger to stop up a hole in their hearts if there was a Caucasian nearby who needed treatment for a fucking hangnail. Joe was worked on by a team that Graciela and Esteban assembled, a Cuban surgeon who performed the original laparotomy, a Spanish specialist in thoracic medicine who oversaw the abdominal wall reconstruction during the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th surgeries, and an American doctor on the forefront of pharmacology who had access to the tetanus toxoid vaccine and regulated the administering of the morphine. All the initial work done on Joe, the irrigation, cleansing, exploration, debridement, and suturing, had been done at the Gonzalez Clinic. But word slipped out he was there. Midnight riders of the KKK showed up the second night, galloping their horses up and down 9th, the oily stench of their torches climbing through the window grates. Joe wasn't awake for any of this. He would never have more than a scant recollection of the first 2 weeks after the stabbing, but Graciela would tell him all about it during the months of his recovery. When the riders departed, thundering out of Ybor along 7th and firing their rifles in the air, Dion sent men to follow them, 2 men per horse. Just before dawn, unknown assailants entered the homes of 8 local men across the greater Tampa-St. Petersburg area and beat those men nearly to death, some in front of their families. When a wife intervened in Temple Terrace, they broke her arms with a bat. When a son in Egypt Lake tried to impede them, they tied the boy to a tree and let the ants and mosquitoes have at him. The most prominent of the victims, the dentist Victor Toll, was rumored to have replaced Kelvin Beauregard as the head of the town clavern. Dr. Toll was tied to the hood of his car. He was forced to lie there in a soup of his blood and smell his own house burned to the ground. This effectively ended the power of the Ku Klux Klan in Tampa for 3 years. But the Pescatore family and the Coughlin Suarez gang had no way of knowing that, so they took no chances and moved Joe to the Centro Asturiano Hospital. There, a surgical drain was inserted to offset the internal bleeding, the source of which mystified the original doctor, which is why they sent for the second doctor, a gentle Spaniard with the most beautiful fingers Graciela had ever seen. By this point, Joe was mostly out of danger for hemorrhagic shock, the main killer of abdominal knifing victims. Second to that was liver damage, and his liver had been given a clean bill of health. This, the doctors told him much later, was thanks to his father's watch, which bore a new scrape on the dust cover. The point of the knife had glanced off the cover first, altering its path, however slightly. The first doctor had done his best to check for damage to the duodenum, the rectum, the colon, the gallbladder, the spleen, and the terminal ileum, but the conditions had not been ideal. Joe had been stabilized on the dirty floor of an abandoned building and then moved across the bay on a boat. By the time they got him into an operating room, more than an hour had passed. The second doctor who examined Joe suspected, due to the angle the blade had traveled during its peritoneal penetration, that there was damage to the spleen, and they cut Joe open again. The Spanish doctor was on the money. He repaired the nick in Joe's spleen and removed the toxic bile that had begun to ulcerate his abdominal wall, though some damage was already done. Joe would require 2 more surgeries before the month was out. After the second surgery, he woke to someone sitting at the foot of his bed. His vision was blurred to the point that it turned the air to gauze, but he could make out a thick head and a long jaw, and a tail. The tail thumped against the sheet over his leg, and the panther came into focus. It stared at him with its hungry yellow eyes. Joe's throat constricted, and the flesh that covered it was slick with sweat. The panther licked its upper lip and nose. It yawned, and Joe wanted to close his eyes in the face of those magnificent teeth, the white of every bone they'd ever cracked in half and torn the meat from. The mouth closed, and the yellow eyes found him again, and the cat placed its front paws on his stomach and walked up his body to his head. Graciela said, "What cat?" He stared up into her face, blinking at the sweat. It was morning. The air coming through the windows was cool and bore the scent of camellias. After the surgeries, he was also prohibited from having sex for 3 months. Alcohol, Cuban food, shellfish, nuts, and corn were forbidden. If he feared that the lack of love-making would drive him and Graciela apart, and he did, so did she, it actually had the opposite effect. By the second month, he learned a different way to satisfy her, using his mouth, a way he'd stumbled upon by accident a few times over the years, but which now became his sole method of giving her pleasure. Kneeling before her, her ass cupped in his hands, his mouth covering the gateway to her womb, a gateway he'd come to think of as sacred and sinful and luxuriously slippery all at the same time, he felt he'd finally found something worth taking a knee for. If surrendering all preconceived notions of what a man was expected to give and receive from a woman was what it took to feel as pure and useful as he felt with his head between Graciela's thighs, then he wished he'd lost those notions years ago. Her initial protestations, "No, you can't. A man does not do that. I must bathe. You cannot possibly like the taste," gave way to something bordering on addiction. For the final month before she could return the favor, Joe realized they were averaging 5 acts of oral gratification a day. When the doctors finally cleared him, he and Graciela closed the shutters of their home on 9th and filled the icebox on the second floor with food and champagne and confined themselves to the canopy bed or the clawfoot tub for 2 days. Near the end of the second day, lying in the red dusk, the shutters reopened to the street, the ceiling fan drying their bodies, Graciela said, "There will never be another." "What's that?" "Man." She ran her palm over his patchwork abdomen. "You are my man until death." "Yeah?" She pressed her open mouth to his neck and exhaled. "Yes, yes, yes." "What about Adan?" For the first time he saw contempt enter her eyes at the mention of her husband. "Adan is no man. You, mi gran amor, are a man." "You're certainly all woman," he said. "Christ, I get so lost in you." "I get lost in you." "Well then." He looked around the room. He'd waited so long for this day. He wasn't sure how to treat it, now that it had arrived. "You'll never get a divorce in Cuba, right?" She shook her head. "Even if I could return under my own name, the church does not allow it." "So you'll always be married to him?" "In name," she said. "But what's a name?" he said. She laughed. Agreed. He moved her on top of him and looked up her brown body into her brown eyes. "Tu eres mi esposa." She wiped at her eyes with both hands, a small, wet laugh escaping her. "And you are my husband. Para siempre." She placed her warm palms on his chest and nodded. "Forever." Chapter 21. Light My Way. Business continued to boom. Joe began greasing the skids on the Ritz deal. John Ringling was open to selling the building, but not the land. So Joe had his lawyers work with Ringlings to see if they could reach an accommodation that would suit both. Lately, the two sides had investigated a 99-year lease, but had gotten hung up on air rights with the county. Joe had one set of bagmen buying the inspectors in Sarasota County, another set up in Tallahassee working on state politicians, and a third group in Washington targeting members of the IRS and senators who frequented whorehouses, gambling parlors, and opium dens the Pescatore family had stakes in. His earliest success was to get bingo decriminalized in Pinellas County. He then got a statewide bingo decriminalization bill on the docket, to be heard by the state legislature in the autumn session and possibly put on the ballot as early as 1932. His friends in Miami, a much easier town to buy, helped soften the state even further when Dade and Broward counties legalized parimutuel betting. Joe and Esteban had crawled out on a limb to buy up land for their Miami friends, and now that land was being turned into racetracks. Masso had flown down to take a look at the Ritz. He'd survived a bout with cancer recently, though no one but Masso and his doctors knew what kind. He claimed to have come through it with flying colors, though it had left him bald and frail. Some even whispered that his thinking had grown muddy, though Joe saw no evidence of it. He'd loved the property, and he'd liked Joe's logic. If there was ever a time to strike at the gambling taboos, it was now, as Prohibition tragically collapsed before their eyes. The money they'd lose on the legalization of booze would go right into the government's pocket, but the money they'd lose on legal casino and racetrack taxation would be offset by the profit they'd make from people dumb enough to bet against the house on a mass scale. The bagmen also began to report back that Joe's hunch was looking good. The country was soft enough for this. You had cash-strapped municipalities from one end of Florida to the other, and one end of the country to the other. Joe had sent his men out with pledges of infinite dividends. A casino tax, a hotel tax, a food and beverage tax, an entertainment tax, a room tax, a liquor license tax, plus, and all the Pauls loved this one, an excess revenue tax. If, on any given day, the casino cleared more than $800,000, the casino would kick 2% of it back to the state. Truth was, any time the casino came close to clearing $800 large, they'd skim the take blind. But the politicians with their small plates and their big eyes didn't need to know that. By late 31, he had 2 junior senators, 9 members of the U.S. House of Representatives, 4 senior senators, 13 county representatives, 11 city councilors, and 2 judges in his pocket. He'd also bought off his old KKK rival Hopper Hewitt, editor of the Tampa Examiner, who'd begun running editorials and hard news stories that questioned the logic of allowing so many people to starve when a first-class casino on Florida's Gulf Coast could put them all to work, which would give them the money to buy up all those foreclosed houses, which would need lawyers to come off the breadlines to do the closings proper, who would need clerical staff to make sure it was written up nice. As Joe drove him to his train for the return journey, Masso said, "Whatever you need to do on this, you do." "Thanks," Joe said. "I will." You've done some real good work down here." Maso patted his knee. "Don't think it won't be taken into consideration." Joe didn't know what his work could be taken into consideration for. He had built something down here out of the mud, and Maso was talking to him like he'd found him a new grocer to shake down. Maybe there was something to those rumors about the old man's thinking of late. "Oh," Maso said as they neared Union Station. "I heard you still got a rogue out there. That true?" It took Joe a few seconds. "You mean that Shiner won't pay his dues?" "That's the one," Maso said. The Shiner was Turner John Belkin. He and his 3 sons sold White Lightning out of their stills in unincorporated Palmetto. Turner John Belkin meant no harm to anyone. He just wanted to sell to the people he'd been selling to for a generation. Run some games out of his back parlor, run some girls out of a house down the street. But he wouldn't come into the fold no matter what. Wouldn't pay tribute. Wouldn't sell pescatory product. Wouldn't do anything but go about his business as he'd always run it, and his father and grandfathers had run it before him, going back to when Tampa was still called Fort Brooke, and yellow fever killed 3 times more people than old age. "I'm working on him," Joe said. "I hear you've been working on him for 6 months now." 3, Joe admitted. "Then get rid of him." The car pulled to a stop. Sepe Carbone, Maso's personal bodyguard, opened the door for him and stood waiting in the sun. "I've got guys working on it," Joe said. "I don't want you to have guys working on it. I want you to end it. Personally, if you have to." Maso got out of the car, and Joe followed him to the train to see him off, even though Maso said he didn't need to. But the truth was, Joe wanted to see Maso leave. Needed to, so he could confirm that it was okay to breathe again, to relax. Having Maso around was like having an uncle move in with you for a couple of days and never leave. And worse, the uncle thought he was doing you a favor. A few days after Maso left, Joe sent a couple guys to put a little scare into Turner John, but he put a scare into them instead. Beat one into a hospital, and this without his sons or a weapon. Joe met with Turner John a week later. He told Sal to stay behind in the car and stood on the dirt road out front of the man's copper roof shack. The porch collapsed on one end. Just a Coca-Cola icebox sitting on the other end. So red and shiny Joe suspected it was polished every day. Turner John's sons, 3 beefy boys in cotton long johns and not much else, not even shoes, though one wore a red wool sweater with snowflakes on it for some ungodly reason, frisked Joe and took his Savage .32 and then frisked him again. After that, Joe went inside the shack and sat across from Turner John at a wood table with uneven legs. He tried adjusting the table, gave up, and then asked Turner John why he'd beaten his men. Turner John, a tall, skinny, and severe-looking man with eyes and hair the same brown as his suit, said because they'd come upon him with a threat in their eyes so clear wasn't no point waiting for it to leave their mouths. Joe asked if he knew this meant Joe would have to kill him to save face. Turner John said he suspected as much. "So," Joe said, "why you doing it? Why not just pay a bit of tribute?" "Mister," Turner John said, "your father still with us?" "No, he passed. But you still his son, am I right?" "I am." "You have 20 great-grandkids. You still be that man's son." Joe was unprepared for the flood of emotion that found him in that moment. He had to look away from Turner John before that flood found his eyes. "Yes, I will." "You want to make him proud, right? Make him see you for a man? Yeah, Joe said. Of course I do. Well, I'm the same way. I had me a fine daddy. Only beat me hard when I had it coming and never when he'd taken to drink. Mostly, he'd just whack my head when I snored. I'm a champeen in the snoring, sir, and my daddy just couldn't abide it when he was dog-tired. Other than that, he was the finest of men. And a son wants his father to be able to look down and see his teachings took root. Right about now, Daddy's watching me and saying, "Turner John, I ain't raised you to pay tribute to another man didn't get down in the muck with you to earn his keep." He showed Joe his big scarred palms. "You want my money, Mr. Coughlin? Well, then, you best set to working with me and my boys on the mash and helping us work our farm, till the soil, rotate the crops, milk the cows. You follow?" I follow. Else, ain't nothing to discuss. Joe looked at Turner John, then up at the ceiling. "You really think he's looking?" Turner John revealed a mouthful of silver teeth. "Mister, I know he is." Joe unzipped his fly and withdrew the derringer he'd taken off Manny Bustamante a few years ago. He pointed it at Turner John's chest. Turner John unleashed a long, slow breath. Joe said, "Man sets to a job. He's supposed to complete it, right?" Turner John licked his lower lip and never took his eyes off the gun. "You know what kind of gun this is?" Joe asked. "It's a woman's derringer." "No," Joe said. "It's a what could have been." He stood. "You do whatever you want out here in Palmetto. You get me?" Turner John blinked an affirmative. "But don't you let me see your label or taste your product in Hillsborough or Pinellas County. Or Sarasota neither, Turner John. We clear on that?" Turner John blinked again. "I need to hear you say it," Joe said. "We clear," Turner John said. "You have my word." Joe nodded. "What's your father thinking now?" Turner John stared past the gun barrel, up Joe's arm and into his eyes. "Thinking he came a damn sight close to having to put up with my snoring again." As Joe maneuvered to legalize gambling and buy the hotel, Graciela opened lodging of her own. Whereas Joe was after the Waldorf salad crowd, Graciela built accommodations for the fatherless and the husbandless. It was a national shame that men these days were leaving their families like armies during wartime. They left Hoovervilles and tenement apartments or, in the case of Tampa, the shotgun shacks locals called casitas. Went up the road to get milk or cadge a cigarette or because they'd heard a rumor of work, and they never came back. Without men to protect them, the women were sometimes victims of rape or forced into the basement levels of prostitution. The children, suddenly fatherless and possibly motherless, entered the streets and the back roads, and the news that returned of them was rarely good. Graciela came to Joe one night as he sat in the tub. She brought them 2 cups of coffee laced with rum. She removed her clothes and slipped under the water across from him and asked him if she could take his name. "You want to marry me?" "Not in the church. I can't." "Okay. But we are married, are we not?" "Yes." "So I would like to call myself by your surname." "Graciela Dominga Maela Rosario Maria Conchita Corrales Coughlin?" She slapped his arm. "I don't have that many names." He leaned in for a kiss, then leaned back. "Graciela Coughlin?" "Si," he said. "I'd be honored." "Ah," she said. "Good. I've bought some buildings." "You've bought some buildings?" She looked at him, those brown eyes as innocent as a deer's. "3. That, cluster? Yes, that cluster by the old Perez factory? On Palm?" She nodded. "And I would like to give shelter there to abandoned wives and their children." Joe wasn't surprised. Lately, Graciela had talked about little else but these women. What happened to Latin American politics for a cause? "I fell in love with you." "So?" "So you restrict my mobility." He laughed. "I do, huh?" "Terribly." She smiled. "It can work. Maybe someday we could even profit from it, and it could stand as a model for the rest of the world." Graciela dreamed of land reform and farmers' rights and a fair distribution of wealth. She believed in fairness, essentially, a concept Joe was certain had left the earth about the time the earth left diapers. "I don't know about a model for the rest of the world." "Why can't it work?" she said to him. "A just world." She splashed bubbles at him to show she was only half serious, but there was no half about it, really. "You mean one where everyone lives on what they need and sits around singing songs and shit, smiling all the time?" She flicked suds into his face. "You know what I mean. A good world. Why can't it be so?" "Greed," he said. He raised his arms to their bathroom. "Look how we live." "But you give back. You gave 1/4 of our money last year to the Gonzalez Clinic." "They saved my life." "The year before you built the library." "So they'd get books I like to read." "But all the books are in Spanish." "How do you think I learned the language?" She propped her foot on his shoulder and used his hair to scratch an itch along the outside of her arch. She left it there, and he gave it a kiss, and found himself, as he often did at times like these, experiencing a peace so total he couldn't imagine a heaven that could compare. Compare to her voice in his eardrums, her friendship in his pocket, her foot on his shoulder. "We can do good," she said, looking down. "We do," he said. "After so much bad," she said softly. She was looking into the suds below her breasts, disappearing into herself, loosing herself from this tub. Any moment, she'd reach for a towel. "Hey," he said. Her eyelids rose. "We're not bad. Maybe we're not good, I don't know. I just know we're all scared." "Who's scared?" she said. "Who isn't? The whole world. We tell ourselves we believe in this God or that God, this afterlife or that one, and maybe we do. But what we're all thinking at the same time is, what if we're wrong? What if this is it? What if it is? Shit, I better get me a real big house and a real big car and a whole bunch of nice tie pins and a pearl-handled walking stick and a—" She was laughing now. "A toilet that washes my ass and my armpits, because I need one of those." He'd been chuckling too, but the chuckles trailed off into the suds. "But wait, I believe in God, just to be safe. But I believe in greed too, just to be safe." "And that's all it is? We're scared?" "I don't know if that's all it is," he said. "I just know we're scared." She pulled the suds around her neck like a scarf and nodded. "I want it to matter that we were here." "I know you do. Look, you want to rescue these women and their kids? Good. I love you for that. But some bad people are going to want to stop some of those women from leaving their grips." "I know that," she said in a sing-song that told him he was naive to think she didn't. "That's why I'll need a couple of your men." "A couple?" "Well, 4 for starters. But, Miyamato, she smiled at him, I want the toughest ones you've got. That was also the year Chief Irving Figgis's daughter, Loretta, returned to Tampa. She got off the train accompanied by her father, their arms entwined. Loretta was dressed from head to toe in black, as if she were in mourning, and the way Irv held so tight to her arm, maybe she was. Irv locked her up in his house in Hyde Park, and no one saw either of them for the whole of the season. Irv had taken a leave of absence after he'd gone to L.A. to retrieve her, and he extended it through the fall when he got back. His wife moved out, taking his son with her, and neighbors said the only sound they ever heard from over there was the sound of praying or chanting. There was some argument over the particulars. When they emerged from the house at the end of October, Loretta wore white. At a Pentecostal tent meeting later that evening, she declared that her decision to wear white hadn't been hers at all. It had been Jesus Christ's, to whose teachings she would now be wed. Loretta took the stage at the tent in Fiddler's Cove Field that night, and she spoke of her descent into the world of vice, of the demons, alcohol and heroin and marijuana that had led her there, of wanton fornication that led to prostitution, that led to more heroin, and nights of such sinful debauchery she knew Jesus had blocked them from her memory in order to keep her from taking her own life. And why was he so interested in keeping her alive? Because he wanted her to speak his truth to the sinners of Tampa, St. Petersburg, Sarasota, and Bradenton. And if he saw fit, she was to carry that message across Florida and even across these here United States. What differentiated Loretta from so many speakers who stood before worshippers in the revival tents was that Loretta spoke with no fire and no brimstone. She never raised her voice. She spoke so softly, in fact, that many a listener had to lean forward. Occasionally glancing sideways at her father, who'd grown quite stern and unapproachable since her return, she gave plaintive testimony to a fallen world. She didn't claim to know the will of God so much as she claimed to hear the crestfallen dismay of Christ at what his children had gotten up to. So much good could be salvaged from this world. So much virtue could be reaped, if it were virtue that was sown in the first place. They are saying this country will soon return to the despair of wanton alcohol consumption, of husbands beating their wives because of the rum, of carrying home venereal disease because of the rye, of falling to sloth and losing their jobs, and the banks putting even more little ones out in the street because of the gin. Don't blame the banks. Don't blame the banks, she whispered. Blame those who profit from sin, from the peddling of flesh and the weakening of it through spirits. Blame the bootleggers and the bordello owners and those who allow them to spread their filth through our fair city and in God's sight. Pray for them, and then ask God for guidance. God apparently guided some of the good citizens of Tampa to raid a couple of Coughlin Suarez clubs and take axes to the rum and beer barrels. When Joe heard, he had Dion contact a guy in Valrico who made steel barrels, and they put them in all the speaks, lifted the wooden casks into them, and waited to see who would come through their doors and take a swing now, snap their holy elbows off their holy fucking arms. Joe was sitting in the front office of his cigar export company, a fully legitimate corporation. They lost a small fortune every year exporting superior tobacco to countries like Ireland and Sweden and France, where cigars had never really caught on, when Irv and his daughter walked through the front door. Irv gave Joe a quick nod, but wouldn't meet his eyes. In the years since Joe had shown him those pictures of his daughter, He hadn't met Joe's eyes once, and Joe estimated they'd passed each other on the street at least 30 times. "My Loretta has some words for you." Joe looked up at the pretty young woman in her white dress and bright, wet eyes. "Yes, ma'am. Do take a seat if you'd like."
"I'd prefer to stand, sir."
"As you wish." "Mr. Coughlin," she said, clasping her hands over her thighs, "my father said there was once a good man in you. I wasn't aware that man had departed." Loretta cleared her throat. "We know of your philanthropy, and that of the woman with whom you choose to cohabitate." "The woman with whom I choose to cohabitate," Joe said, just to try it out. Yes. We understand she is quite active in charitable work within the Ybor community, and even in Greater Tampa." "She has a name." "But her good works are strictly temporal in nature. She refuses all religious affiliation and rebuffs all attempts to embrace the one true Lord." "She is named Graciela, and she is a Catholic," Joe said. "But until she publicly embraces the Lord's hand moving through her work, she is, however well-intentioned, aiding the devil." "Wow," Joe said. "You completely lost me on that one." She said, "Luckily, you have not lost me. For all your good works, Mr. Coughlin, we both know they are unmitigated by your evil deeds and your distance from the Lord." "How so?" "You profit from the illegal addictions of others. You profit off people's weaknesses and their need for sloth and gluttony and libidinous behavior." She gave him a sad and kindly smile. "But you can free yourself of that?" Joe said, "I don't want to." "Of course you do." "Miss Loretta," Joe said, "you seem like a lovely person, and I understand Preacher Ingalls has seen his flock triple since you've begun preaching before them." Irv held up 5 fingers, his eyes on the floor. "Oh," Joe said, "I'm sorry. So attendance has quintupled. My." Loretta's smile never left her face. It was soft and sad. It knew what you were going to say before you said it, and it judged those words pointless before they left your mouth. "Loretta," Joe said, "I sell a product people enjoy so much that the 18th Amendment will be overturned within the year." "That's not true," Irv said, his jaw set. "Or," Joe said, "it is. Either way, Prohibition is dead. They used it to keep the poor in line, and it failed. They used it to make the middle class more industrious, and instead the middle class got curious. More booze was drunk in the last 10 years than ever before, and that's because people wanted it, and didn't want to be told they couldn't have it." "But, Mr. Coughlin," Loretta said reasonably, "the same could be said of fornication. People want it, and they don't want to be told they can't have it." "Nor should they." "I'm sorry?" "Nor should they," Joe said. "If people wish to fornicate, I see no pressing reason to stop them, Miss Vegas." "And if they wish to lie down with animals?" "Do they?" "I'm sorry." "Do people wish to lie down with animals?" "Some do, and their sickness will spread if you have your way." "I'm afraid I don't see a correlation between drinking and fornication with animals." "But that isn't to say there isn't a correlation." Now she sat, hands still clasped in her lap. "Sure it is," Joe said. "That's exactly what I said." "But that's just your opinion." "As some would call your belief in God." "So you do not believe in God?" "No, Loretta. I just don't believe in your God." Joe looked over at Irv because he could feel the man seething. But, as always, Irv wouldn't meet his eyes, just stared at his hands, which were clasped into fists. "Well, he believes in you," she said. "Mr. Coughlin, you will renounce your evil path. I just know it. I can see it in you. You will repent and become baptized in Jesus Christ, and you will make a great profit. I see this as clearly as I see a sinless city on a hill, here in Tampa. And yes, Mr. Coughlin, before you can make fun, I realize there are no hills in Tampa. Well, none you'd notice, even if you were driving fast." She smiled a real smile, and it was the one he remembered from a few years ago, coming across her at the soda fountain or in the magazine section of Morin Drugstore. Then it transformed into the sad, frozen one again, and her eyes brightened, and she extended a gloved hand across the desk to him. And he shook it, thinking of the track scars it covered. As Loretta Figgis said, "I will one day spirit you off your path, Mr. Coughlin. Of that you can be sure. I feel this to my bones." "Just because you feel it," Joe said, "doesn't make it so. But that doesn't mean it isn't so. I'll grant you that." Joe looked up at her. "Now, why can't you grant my opinions the same benefit of the doubt?" Loretta's sad smile brightened. "Because they're wrong." Unfortunately for Joe, Esteban, and the Pescatore family, as Loretta's popularity rose, so did her legitimacy. After a few months, her proselytizing began to endanger the casino deal. Those who'd initially brought her up in public company had done so mostly to ridicule her or marvel at the circumstances that had brought her to her current state. All-American police chief's daughter goes to Hollywood, comes back a raving loon with track marks in her arms that yokels mistake for stigmata. But the tone of the conversation began to shift, not only as the roads clogged with both cars and foot traffic on nights it was rumored Loretta would appear at a revival, but also as regular townsfolk were exposed to her. Loretta, far from hiding from the public eye, engaged it, not just in Hyde Park but also in West Tampa, Port of Tampa, and Ybor as well, where she liked to come to purchase coffee, her one vice. She didn't talk religion much during daylight hours. She was unfailingly polite, always quick to ask after someone's health or the health of their loved ones. She never forgot a name, and she remained, even as the hard year of her trials, as she called them, had aged her, a strikingly beautiful woman. And beautiful in a conspicuously American way. Full lips, the same color as her burgundy hair, eyes honest and blue, skin as smooth and white as the sweet cream at the top of the morning milk bottle. The fainting spells began to occur late in 1931, after the European banking crisis sucked the rest of the world into its vortex and killed all remaining hope for financial recovery. The spells came without warning or theatrics. She would be speaking of the ills of liquor or lust, or, more and more lately, gambling, always in a quiet, slightly tremulous voice. And the visions God had sent her of a Tampa burned black by its own sins, a smoke-wisped wasteland of charred soil and smoldering piles of wood where homes had once stood. And she would remind them all of Lot's wife and implore them not to look back, never to look back, but to look ahead to a shining city of white homes and white clothing and white people, united in love of Christ and prayer and earnest desire to leave behind a world their children could be proud of. Somewhere in this sermon, her eyes would roll left and then right, her body swaying with them, and then she would drop. Sometimes she convulsed. Sometimes a small amount of spittle leaked over her beautiful lips. But mostly, she just appeared to be asleep. It was suggested, but only in the lowest circles, that part of the surge in her popularity stemmed from how lovely she looked when she lay prone on a stage, dressed in thin white crepe, thin enough so you could see her small, perfectly formed breasts and her slim, unblemished legs. When Loretta lay on the stage like that, she was proof of God, because only God could make something that beautiful, that fragile, and that powerful. And so her swelling ranks of followers took her causes quite personally, and none more so than the attempts of a local gangster to ravage their communities with the scourge of gambling. Soon the congressman and the councilman returned to Joe's bagmen with, "No," or "We'll need more time to consider all the variables," though Joe noted the one thing they didn't return with was his money. The window was closing fast. If Loretta Figgis were to meet with an untimely end, but in such a way as to be plausibly considered an accident, then, after a respectful period of mourning, the casino idea would reach full flower. She loved Jesus so much, Joe told himself, he'd be doing her a service by bringing them together. So he knew what he had to do, but he had yet to give the order. He went to see her preach. He stopped shaving for a day and dressed the part of a man who sold farming equipment or possibly owned a feed store. Clean dungarees, white shirt, string tie, a dark canvas sport coat, and a straw cowboy hat pulled low over his eyes. He had Sal drive him to the edge of the campgrounds the Reverend Ingalls was using that night, and he made his way down a thin dirt road between a small stand of pines until he reached the back of the crowd. Along the shore of a pond, someone had built a small stage out of crateboard, and Loretta stood on it with her father on the left and the Reverend on the right, heads bowed. Loretta was speaking of a recent vision or dream. Joe came too late to hear which. With her back to the dark pond, in her white dress and white bonnet, she stood out against the black night like a midnight moon in a sky swept of stars. "A family of 3, she said. Mother, father, tiny baby, had arrived in a strange land. The father, a businessman sent by his company to this strange land, had been instructed to wait for their driver inside the railway station and not venture outside. But it was hot inside the terminal, and they had traveled far and wished to see their new land. They stepped outside and were instantly beset upon by a leopard as black as the inside of a coal bucket. And before the family had so much as its wits about them, the leopard had torn open their throats with its teeth. The man lay dying, watching the leopard slake itself on the blood of his wife, when another man appeared and shot that black leopard dead. This man told the dying businessman that he was the driver who had been hired by the company, and all they'd had to do was wait for him. But they hadn't waited. Why hadn't they waited? And so it is with Jesus, Loretta said. Can you wait? Can you not give yourselves over to the earthly temptations that will tear your families asunder? Can you find a way to keep your loved ones safe from the beasts of prey until our Lord God and Savior returns? Or are you too weak? Loretta asked. No, because I know that in my darkest hours I'm too weak. No, I am, Loretta cried, but He gives me strength. She pointed at the sky. He fills my heart, but I need you to help me complete His wishes. I need your strength to continue preaching His word and doing His works, and keeping the black leopards from eating our children and staining our hearts with endless sin. Will you help me? The crowd said yes, and amen, and oh yes. When Loretta closed her eyes and began to sway, the crowd opened its eyes and surged forward. When Loretta sighed, they moaned. When she fell to her knees, they gasped. And when she lay on her side, they exhaled as one. They reached for her without stepping any closer to the stage, as if some invisible barrier lay between them. They reached for something that wasn't Loretta, cried out to it, promised all to it. Loretta was its gateway, the portal by which they entered a world without sin, without dark, without fear. One where you were never alone because you had God. And you had Loretta. "Tonight," Dion said to him on the third-floor gallery of Joe's home. "She's got to go." "You don't think I've thought about it?" Joe said. "Thinking about it ain't the issue," Dion said. "Acting on it is, boss." Joe pictured the Ritz, light pouring from its windows onto the dark sea, music flowing through its porticos and out across the Gulf as the dice rattled on the tables and the crowds cheered a winner, and he presided over all of it in tucks and tails. He asked himself, as he had so often over the past few weeks, what is one life? People always died during building construction or laying steel tracks in the sun. They died from electrocution and other industrial accidents every single day, the world over. And for what? For the building of something good, something that would employ their fellow countrymen, put food on the table of the human race. How would Loretta's death be any different? It just would, he said. What? Dion peered at him. Joe held up a hand in apology. I can't do it. I can, Dion said. Joe said, if you buy a ticket to the dance, then you know the consequences or you damn well should. But these people who sleep while the rest of us stay up, work their jobs, mow their lawns, they didn't buy a ticket, which means they don't suffer the same penalties for their mistakes. Dion said, she's jeopardizing the entire fucking deal. I know that. Joe was thankful for the sunset, for the darkness that had found them on the gallery. If Dion could see his eyes clearly, he'd know how shaky Joe was with the decision, how close he was to crossing the line and never looking back. Christ, she was one woman. But my mind's made up. No one touches a hair on her head. You'll regret this, Dion said. Joe said, no shit. A week later, when John Ringling's minions asked for a meeting, Joe knew it was over. If not completely, certainly tabled for a while. The entire country was going wet again, wet with abandon, wet with fervor and joy. But Tampa, under Loretta Figgis's influence, was swinging the other way. If they couldn't trump her when it came to the acceptance of booze, which was a signature away from being legalized, they were sunk when it came to gambling. John Ringling's men told Joe and Esteban that their boss had decided to hold on to the Ritz a little longer, wait out the dip in the economy, and revisit his options at a later time. The meeting was held in Sarasota. When Joe and Esteban left, they drove over to Longboat Key and stood looking at the gleaming Mediterranean almost was on the Gulf of Mexico. It would have been a great casino, Joe said. You'll have another chance. Things swing back around. Joe shook his head. Not all things. Chapter 22. Quench Not the Spirit. The last time Loretta Figgis and Joe saw each other alive was early in 1933. It had rained heavily for a week. That morning, the first cloudless day in some time, the ground fog rose so thick off the streets of Ybor, it was as if the earth had turned itself upside down. Joe walked the boardwalk along Palm Avenue, distracted, Sal Urso pacing him from the opposite boardwalk, and Lefty Downer pacing both of them in a car inching along the center. Joe had just confirmed a rumor that Masso was considering another trip down here, his second in a year, and the fact that Masso hadn't told him himself didn't sit right. On top of that, stories in this morning's paper said that President-elect Roosevelt planned to sign the Cullen-Harrison Act as soon as someone put a pen in his hand, effectively ending Prohibition. Joe had known it could never last, but he still hadn't been prepared somehow. And if he was unprepared, he could only imagine how poorly all the mugs in the bootleg boomtowns like KC, Cincy, Chicago, New York and Detroit were going to take the news. He'd sat on his bed this morning and tried to read the article so he could identify the exact week or month Roosevelt was going to wield that most popular of pens. But he was distracted because Graciela was puking up last night's paella to beat the band. Normally, she had a cast-iron stomach. But lately, the stress of running 3 shelters and 8 different fundraising groups was shredding her digestive system. "Joseph." She stood in the doorway and wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. "We may need to face something." "What's that, doll?" "I think I'm with child." For a few moments, Joe thought she'd smuggled one of the street urchins back from the shelter with her. He actually glanced past her left hip before it dawned on him. "You're—" She smiled. "Pregnant." He got off the bed and stood before her, and wasn't sure if he should touch her because he was afraid she'd break. She put her arms around his neck. "It's okay. You're going to be a father." She kissed him, her hands finding the back of his head where his scalp tingled. Actually, everything tingled, as if he'd woken to find himself encased in fresh skin. "Say something." She looked at him, curious. "Thanks," he said, because nothing else occurred to him. "Thanks?" She laughed and kissed him again, mashing his lips with her own. "Thanks?" "You're going to be an amazing mother." She pressed her forehead to his. "And you'll be a great father." If I live, he thought, and knew she was thinking it too. So he was a little off his feed that morning when he entered Nino's coffee shop without looking through the windows first. There were only 3 tables in the coffee shop, a crime for a place that served coffee this good, and 2 of them were occupied by Klan. Not that an outsider would have recognized them as such, but Joe had no trouble seeing hoods, even if they weren't wearing them. Clement Dover and Drew Altman and Brewster Engels at one table, the older, smart guard. At the other, Julius Stanton, Haley Lewis, Carl Joe Cruson, and Charlie Bailey. Morons all. More likely to set themselves on fire than any cross they were trying to burn. But, like a lot of dumb people who didn't have the sense to know how dumb they were, mean and merciless. As soon as he stepped over the threshold, Joe knew it wasn't an ambush. He could see in their eyes that they hadn't expected to see him. They'd just come here for the coffee, maybe to intimidate the owners into paying some protection. Sal was right outside, but that wasn't the same thing as inside. Joe pushed his suit jacket back and left his hand there, 1 inch from his gun as he looked at Engels, the leader of this particular pack, a fireman with Engine 9 at Lutz Junction. Engels nodded, a small smile growing on his lips, and he flicked his eyes at something behind Joe, at the 3rd table by the window. Joe glanced over, saw Loretta Figgis sitting there, watching the whole thing happen. Joe removed his hand from his hip, let his suit jacket fall free. No one was getting into a gun battle with the Madonna of Tampa Bay sitting 5 feet away. Joe nodded back, and Engels said, "Another time, then." Joe tipped his hat and turned to exit when Loretta said, "Mr. Coughlin, sit. Please." Joe said, No, Miss Loretta. You look like you're having a peaceful morning without me disrupting it." "I insist," she said as Carmen Arenas, the owner's wife, came to the table. Joe shrugged and removed his hat. "The usual, Carmen." "Yes, Mr. Coughlin. Miss Figgis?" "I will have another yes." Joe sat and placed his hat on his knee. "Do those gentlemen not like you?" Loretta asked. Joe noticed she wasn't wearing white today. Her dress was more a light peach. In most people you wouldn't notice, but pure white had become so identified with Loretta Figgis that seeing her in anything else was a bit like seeing her naked. "They aren't going to invite me for Sunday dinner any time soon," Joe told her. "Why?" She leaned into the table as Carmen brought their coffees. I lie down with mud people, work with mud people, fraternize with mud people. He looked over his shoulder. I leave anything out, Engels? Sides you killed 4 of our number? Joe nodded his thanks and turned back to Loretta. Oh, and they think I killed 4 friends of theirs. Did you? You're not wearing white, he said. It's almost white, she said. How will that go over with your... He searched for the word, but couldn't come up with anything better than followers. I don't know, Mr. Coughlin, she said, and there was no false brightness in her voice, no desperate serenity in her eyes. The Clavern boys got up from their tables and filed past, each of them managing either to bump Joe's chair or hit his foot with his own. Be seeing you, Dover said to him, and then tipped his hat to Loretta. Ma'am. They filed out, and then it was just Joe and Loretta, and the sound of last night's rain ticking off the balcony gutter and down onto the boardwalk. Joe studied Loretta as he sipped his coffee. She'd lost the sharp light that had lived in her eyes since the day she walked back out of her father's house 2 years ago, having traded the black mourning dress of her death for the white dress of her rebirth. Why does my father hate you so much? I'm a criminal. He used to be chief of police. But he liked you then. He even pointed you out to me once when I was still in high school and said, That's the mayor of Ybor. He keeps the peace. He said that, huh? He did. Joe drank some more coffee. Those were more innocent days, I guess. She sipped her own coffee. So what did you do to deserve his rancor? Joe shook his head. Now it was her turn to study him for a long, uncomfortable minute. He held her eyes as she searched his, searched until the realization dawned. You were how he knew where to find me. Joe said nothing, his jaw clenching and unclenching. It was you. She nodded and looked down at the table. What did you have? She stared at him for another uncomfortable period of time before he answered. Photographs. And you showed them to him? I showed him 2. How many did you have? Dozens. She looked down at the table again, turned her cup on its saucer. We're all going to hell? I don't think so. No? She twirled the coffee cup again. Do you know what truth I've learned these last 2 years of preaching and fainting and thrusting my soul out to God? He shook his head. That this is heaven. She indicated the street, the roof above their heads. We're in it now. How come it feels so much like hell? Because we fucked it all up. Her sweet and serene smile returned. This is paradise, and it's lost. Joe was surprised by the depths of his own mourning for her loss of belief. For reasons he couldn't explain, he had hoped that if anyone did have a direct line to the Almighty, it was Loretta. When you started, he asked her, you did believe, though, didn't you? She stared back at him with clear eyes. With such a certainty, it just had to be divinely inspired. It felt like my blood had been replaced with fire. Not burning fire, just a constant warmth that never ebbed. I'd felt that way as a child, I think. I felt safe and loved and so sure this is how life would always be. I would always have my daddy and my mommy, and the world would look just like Tampa, and everyone would know my name and wish good things for me. But I grew up, and I went west. And when all those beliefs turned out to be lies, when I realized I wasn't special, I wasn't safe. She turned her arms to show him the track marks. I took the news poorly. But after you came back here, after your
Trials?
she said. Yes.
I came back, and my father chased my mother from the house and beat the devil from me, and taught me to pray again on my knees and without wishing for personal gain, to pray as a supplicant, to pray as a sinner. And the flame returned. On my knees, by the bed I'd slept in as a child. I'd been on my knees all day. I'd been awake most of the week. And the flame found my blood, found my heart, and I felt certain again. Do you know how much I'd missed it? I'd missed it more than any drug, any love, any food, maybe more even than the God who supposedly bequeathed it to me. Certainty, Mr. Coughlin. Certainty. It's the most gorgeous lie of them all.
Neither said anything for a bit. Long enough for Carmen to return with fresh cups of coffee to replace the ones they'd emptied.
My mother passed away last week. Did you know that?
I hadn't heard, Loretta. I'm sorry. She waved off his apology and drank some coffee.
My father's beliefs and my beliefs drove her from our home. She would say at him, "You don't love God. You love the idea of being special to him. You want to believe he sees you." When I learned of her passing, I understood what she meant. I took no comfort in God. I don't know God. I just wanted my mommy back.
She nodded several times to herself. A couple walked into the shop, the bell tinkling over the door as Carmen came out from behind the counter to seat them.
I don't know if there's a God.
She fingered her coffee cup handle.
I certainly hope there is. And I hope he is kind. Wouldn't that be swell, Mr. Coughlin?
It would, Joe said.
I don't believe he casts people into eternal flame for fornication, as you pointed out, or for believing in a version of him that is a little off the mark. I believe, or I want to believe, he considers the worst sins to be those we commit in his name.
He looked at her very carefully. Or those we commit against ourselves in despair.
Oh, she said brightly, I'm not in despair. Are you?
He shook his head. Not even close.
What's your secret?
He chuckled. This is a little intimate for coffee shop chat.
I want to know. You seem...
She looked around the cafe, and for a fleeting moment a wild abandonment slid through her eyes.
You seem whole.
He smiled and shook his head repeatedly.
You do, she said.
No.
You do. What's the secret?
He fingered his saucer for a moment, said nothing.
Come now, Mr.
Her.
I'm sorry?
Her, Joe said. Graciela, my wife. He looked across the table at her. I hope there's a God, too. I so deeply hope that. But if there isn't, then Graciela is enough.
But what if you lose her?
I don't intend to lose her.
But what if you do?
She leaned into the table. Then I would be all head, no heart. They sat in silence. Carmen came over and warmed their cups, and Joe added a bit more sugar to his and looked at Loretta, and felt the most powerful and inexplicable urge to hug her to him and tell her it would be okay. What are you going to do now? He asked.
How do you mean?
You're a pillar of this city. Hell, you came up against me at the height of my power and you won. The Klan couldn't do that. The law couldn't. But you did.
I didn't get rid of alcohol.
But you killed gambling. And until you came along, it was a lock. She smiled, then covered the smile with her hands.
I did do that, didn't I?" Joe smiled with her. "Yes, you did. You've got thousands of people who will follow you right off a cliff, Loretta." She laughed a wet laugh and looked up at the tin ceiling. "I don't want anyone to follow me anywhere. Have you told them that?" "He doesn't listen." "Irv?" She nodded. "Give him time." "He used to love my mother so much I remember him trembling sometimes when he got too close to her. Because he wanted to touch her so badly. But he couldn't because we children were around and it wasn't proper. Now she's died, and he didn't even go to her funeral. Because the God he imagines would have disapproved. The God he imagines doesn't share. My father sits in his chair every night, reading his Bible, blind with rage because men were allowed to touch his daughter the way he used to touch his wife. And worse." She leaned into the table and rubbed at a stray grain of sugar with her index finger. "He walks around the house in the dark, whispering one word over and over." "What word?" "Repent." She looked up at him. "Repent, repent, repent." "Give him time," Joe said again, because he couldn't think of anything else to say. Within a few weeks, Loretta went back to wearing white. Her preaching continued to pack them in. She'd added a few new wrinkles, though. Tricks, some people scoffed. Speaking in tongues, frothing at the mouth. And she spoke with twice the thunder and twice the volume. Joe saw a picture of her in the paper one morning, preaching to a gathering of the General Council of the Assemblies of God in Lee County, and he didn't recognize her at first, even though she looked exactly the same. President Roosevelt signed the Cullen-Harrison Act on the morning of March 23, 1933, legalizing the manufacture and sale of beer and wine with an alcohol content no greater than 3.2%. By the end of the year, FDR promised, the 18th Amendment to the Constitution would be a memory. Joe met with Esteban at the Tropical. Joe was uncharacteristically late, something that had been happening a lot lately because his father's watch had started to run behind. Last week it consistently lost 5 minutes a day. Now it was averaging 10, sometimes 15. Joe kept meaning to get it fixed, but that would mean releasing it from his possession for however long the repair took, and even though he knew it was an irrational reaction, he couldn't bear the thought of that. When Joe entered the back office, Esteban was framing yet another photo that he had taken on his last trip to Havana. This one of the opening night of Zoot, his new club in the old city. He showed the photograph to Joe. Pretty much like all the others, drunk, well-dressed swells and their well-dressed wives or girlfriends or escorts, a dancing girl or two over by the band, everyone glassy-eyed and joyous. Joe barely glanced at it before giving the requisite whistle of appreciation, and Esteban turned it face down on the mat that awaited it on the glass. He poured them drinks and set them on the desk amid the frame pieces and set to work joining the pieces. The smell of the glue so strong it even overpowered the smell of tobacco in his study, something Joe would have assumed impossible. "Smile," he said at one point and raised his glass. "We are about to become extremely wealthy men." Joe said, "If Pescatore lets me go." "If he's reluctant," Esteban said, "we will let him buy his way into a legitimate business. He'll never come back out again. He's old. He has partners. Hell, he has sons. I know all about his sons. One's a pederast. One's an opium addict. And one beats his wife and all his girlfriends because he secretly likes men. Yeah, but I don't think blackmail works on Maso. And his train gets in tomorrow. That soon? From what I hear.
I've been in business with his kind all my life. We'll manage him." Esteban raised his glass again. "You're worth it." "Thank you," Joe said, and this time he drank. Esteban went back to work on the frame. "So smile." "I'm trying." "It's Graciela, then?" "Yes." "What about her?" They'd decided not to tell anyone until she started to show. This morning, before she left for work, she pointed at the small cannonball protruding from under her dress and told him she was pretty sure the secret was going to get out today, one way or the other. So it was with a surprisingly large relinquishing of a hidden weight that he said to Esteban, "She's pregnant." Esteban's eyes filled, and he clapped his hands together, and then came around the desk and hugged Joe. He slapped Joe's back several times, and much harder than Joe would have guessed he could. "Now," he said, "you are a man." "Oh," Joe said, "that's what it takes?" "Not always, but in your case." Esteban made a back-and-forth gesture with his hand, and Joe threw a mock punch at him, and Esteban stepped inside it and hugged him again. "I'm very happy for you, my friend." "Thank you." "Is she glowing?" "You know what? She is. It's strange. I can't describe it, but yeah, this energy comes off her in a different way." They drank a toast to fatherhood, an Ybor Friday night kicking up outside Esteban's shutters, past his lush green garden and tree lights and stone wall. "Do you like it here?" "What?" Joe said. "When you arrived, you were so pale. You had that terrible prison haircut, and you talked so fast." Joe laughed, and Esteban laughed with him. "Do you miss Boston?" "I do," Joe said, because sometimes he missed it terribly. "But this is your home now." Joe nodded, even though it surprised him to realize it. "I think so." "I know how you feel. I do not know the rest of Tampa, even after all these years. But I know Ybor like I know Havana, and I'm not sure what I would do if I had to choose." "You think Machado will—" "Machado's done. It may take some time, but he is finished. The communists think they can replace him, but America would never allow it. My friends and I have a wonderful solution. A very moderate man, but I'm not sure anyone's ready for moderation these days." He made a face. "Makes them think too much. Gives them headaches. People like sides, not subtleties." He lay the picture glass on the frame and placed the cork square on the back and applied more glue. He wiped off the excess with a small towel and stepped back to appraise his work. When he was satisfied, he took their empty glasses over to the bar and poured them each another drink. He brought Joe his glass. "You heard about Loretta Figgis?" Joe took the glass. "Someone see her walking on the Hillsborough River?" Esteban stared at him, his head very still. "She killed herself." That stopped the drink halfway to Joe's mouth. "When?" "Last night." "How?" Esteban shook his head several times and moved behind his desk. "Esteban, how?" He looked out at his garden. "We have to assume she had returned to using heroin." "Okay. Else it would have been impossible." "Esteban," Joe said. "She cut off her genitalia, Joseph. Then—" "Fuck," Joe said. "Fuck no." "Then she cut her own windpipe." Joe put his face in his hands. He could see her in the coffee shop a month ago. Could see her as a girl walking up the stairs of police headquarters, in her plaid skirt and her little white socks, and her saddle shoes, books under her arm, and then the one he only imagined but which was twice as vivid, mutilating herself as a bathtub filled with her blood.
her mouth open in a permanent scream. Was it a bathtub? Esteban gave him a curious frown. Was what a bathtub? Where she killed herself? No. He shook his head. She did it in bed. Her father's bed. Joe put his hands over his face again and kept them there. Please tell me you're not blaming yourself, Esteban said after a while. Joe said nothing. Joseph, look at me. Joe lowered his hands and exhaled a long breath. She went west, and like so many girls who do that, she was preyed upon. You didn't prey on her. But men in our profession did. Joe placed his drink on the corner of the desk and paced the length of the rug and back again, trying to find the words. Each compartment in this thing we do feeds the other compartments. The booze profits pay for the girls, and the girls pay for the narcotics needed to hook the other girls into fucking strangers for our profit. Those girls try to get off the shit or forget how to be docile. They get beaten, Esteban. You know that. They try to get clean, then they make themselves vulnerable to a smart cop. So someone cuts their throats and throws them in a river. And we've spent the last 10 years raining bullets on the competition and on one another. And for what? For fucking money. This is the ugly side of living life outside the law. Ah, shit, Joe said. We're not outlaws. We're gangsters. Esteban held his gaze for a bit and then said, There's no talking to you when you're like this. He flipped the framed photo over on his desk and gazed at it. We're not our brother's keeper, Joseph. In fact, it's an insult to our brother to presume he can't take care of himself. Loretta, Joe thought. Loretta. Loretta. We took and took from you and expected you to somehow soldier on without the parts we stole. Esteban was pointing at the photograph. Look at these people. They are dancing and drinking and living. Because they could be dead tomorrow. We could be dead tomorrow, you and I. If one of these revelers, say this man. Esteban pointed at a bulldog-faced gent in a white dinner jacket. A group of women arrayed behind him, like they were about to lift the chunky bastard onto their shoulders. The women all a-glitter in sequins and lamé. Were to die on his drive home because he was too drunk on Suarez Reserve to see straight. Is that our fault? Joe looked past the bulldog man to all those lovely women, most of them Latinas, with hair and eyes the color of Graciela's. Is that our fault? Esteban said. Except one woman, a smaller woman, looking away from the camera, at something out of the frame, as if someone had come into the room and called her name as the camera flashed. A woman with hair the color of sand and eyes as pale as winter. What? Joe said. Is it our fault? Esteban said. If some mammon decides to... When was this taken? Joe said. When? Yes. When? That's the opening night of Zoot. And when did it open? Last month. Joe looked across the desk at him. You're sure? Esteban laughed. It's my restaurant. Of course I'm sure. Joe gulped his drink down. There's no way this photo could have been taken at another time and got mixed up with the one taken last month? What? No. What other time? Say 6 years ago. Esteban shook his head, still chuckling, but his eyes darkening with concern. No, Joseph, no. This was taken a month ago. Why? Because this woman right here? Joe put his finger on Emma Gould. She's been dead since 1927. Part 3. All the Violent Children. 1933
to 1935. Chapter 23. The Haircut. "You're sure it's her?" Dion said the next morning in Joe's office. From his inside pocket, Joe removed the photograph Esteban had pulled back out of the frame last night. He placed it on the desk in front of Dion. "You tell me." Dion's eyes drifted and then locked and finally widened. "Oh, yeah. That's her, all right." He looked sideways at Joe. "You tell Graciela?" "No." "Why not?" "You tell your women everything?" "I don't tell 'em shit. But you're more of a Nance than me. And she's carrying your child." "That's true." He looked up at the copper ceiling. "I didn't tell her yet because I don't know how." "It's easy," Dion said. "You just say, 'Honey, sweetie dearest, you remember that filly I was sweet on before you? One I told you went tits up? Well, she's alive and living in your hometown and still quite the dish. Speaking of dishes, what's for dinner?'" Sal, standing by the door, looked down to hide a chuckle. "You enjoying yourself?" Joe asked Dion. "Time of my life," Dion said, his girth shaking the chair. "D," Joe said, "we're talking about 6 years of rage here. 6 years of—" Joe threw his hands up at it, unable to put it into words. "I survived Charlestown because of that rage. I hung Masso off a fucking roof because of it. Chased Albert White out of Tampa. Hell, I built an empire because of it." "Yeah. So when you see her," Dion said, "tell her thanks from me." Joe's mouth was open, but he couldn't think of anything to say. "Look," Dion said, "I never liked the Coos. You know that. But she sure found a way to inspire you, boss. Reason I ask you told Graciela is because I do like her. I like her a lot." "I like her a lot, too," Sal said, and they both looked over at him. He held up his right hand, the Thompson in his left. "Sorry." "We talk a certain way," Dion said to him. "Because we used to beat each other up when we were kids. To you, he's always the boss. Won't happen again." Dion turned back to Joe. "We didn't beat each other up when we were kids," Joe said. "Sure we did." "No," Joe said. "You beat the shit out of me. You hit me with a brick, so you'd stop beating the shit out of me." "Oh." Dion was quiet for a moment. "I had a point." "When?" "When I came through the door. Oh, we got to talk about Masso's visit. And you hear about Irv Figgis?" "I heard about Loretta, yeah." Dion shook his head. "We all heard about Loretta. But last night, Irv walked into Arturo's place. Apparently that's where Loretta scored her last vial of junk the night before last." "Okay." "Yeah, well, Irv beat Arturo near to death." "No." Dion nodded. Kept saying, "Repent, repent," and just driving his fist down like fucking pistons. Arturo could lose an eye. "Shit. And Irv?" Dion whirled his index finger beside his temple. "They got him on a 60-day observation bid at the Bug House in Temple Terrace." "Christ," Joe said. "What did we do to these people?" Dion's face darkened to scarlet. He turned and pointed at Sal Urso. "You never fucking saw this, get me?" Sal said, "Saw what?" And Dion slapped Joe across the face. Slapped him so hard Joe hit the desk. He bounced off it and came back with his .32 already pointed into the folds under Dion's chin. Dion said, "I'm not watching you walk into another life-or-death meeting knowing you're half hoping to die over something you had nothing to do with. You want to shoot me here and now?" He flung his arms wide. "Pull the fucking trigger." "Don't think I will?" "I don't care if you do," Dion said, "because I'm not going to watch you try to kill yourself a second time. You're my brother. You get me? You stupid fucking Mick? You. More than Seppi or Paulo, God rest him, you. And I can't lose another fucking brother. Can't do it. Dion grabbed Joe's wrist, curled his finger over Joe's trigger finger, and dug the gun even deeper into the folds of his neck. He closed his eyes and tightened his lips against his teeth. By the way, he said, when you going over there? Where? Cuba. Who said I'm going over there? Dion frowned. You just found out this dead girl you used to be bugs for is alive and breathing about 300 miles south of here, and you're going to just sit with that information? Joe removed his gun and placed it back in its holster. He noticed Sal looking white as ash and moist as a hot towel. I'm going as soon as this meeting with Masso's over. You know how the old man can talk. Which is what I come here to discuss. Dion opened the moleskin notebook he carried with him everywhere, thumbed the pages. There's a lot of things I don't like about this. Such as? Him and his guys took over half a train to come down here. That's an awful big entourage. He's old. He got the nurse with him everywhere, maybe a doctor, and he keeps 4 gunners around him at all times. Dion nodded. Well, he's got at least 20 guys with him. That's not 20 nurses. He took over the Romero Hotel on 8th. The whole hotel. Why? Security. But he always stays at the Tampa Bay Hotel. Just takes over a floor. His security's guaranteed that way. Why commandeer a whole hotel in the middle of Ybor? I think he's getting more paranoid, Joe said. He wondered what he'd say to her when he saw her. Remember me? Or was that too corny? Boss, Dion said, listen to me for a second. He didn't take the seaboard out here direct. He started on the Illinois Central. He stopped in Detroit, KC, Cincinnati, and Chicago. Right, where all his whiskey partners are. It's also where all the bosses are. All the ones who matter outside of New York and Providence. And guess where he went 2 weeks ago? Joe looked across the desk at his friend. New York and Providence. Yup. So you think what? I don't know. You think he's barnstorming the country asking permission to take us out? Maybe. Joe shook his head. Makes no sense, D. In 5 years, we've quadrupled the profits of this organization. This was a fucking cow town when we got here. Last year we netted what? 11 million from rum alone? 11.5, Dion said. And we've more than quadrupled. So why fuck up a good thing? Masso's always been a bottom-line guy. I don't buy his Joseph you're like a son to me bullshit any more than you do, but he respects the numbers, and our numbers are first-rate. Dion nodded. I agree it makes no sense to take us out, but I don't like these signs. I don't like how they make my stomach feel. That's the paella you ate last night. Dion gave him a weak smile. Sure, maybe that's it. Joe stood. He parted the blinds and looked out on the factory floor. Dion was worried, but Dion was paid to worry, so he was doing his job. In the end, Joe knew everyone in this business did what they did to make the most money they could make. Simple as that. And Joe made money. Bags and bags of it that went up the seaboard with the bottles of rum and filled the safe in Masso's mansion in Nahant. Every year Joe made more than he had the year before. Masso was ruthless, and he'd grown a bit less predictable as his health declined. But he was, above all else, greedy. And Joe fed that greed. He kept its stomach warm and full. There was no logical reason Masso would risk going hungry again to replace Joe. And why replace Joe? He'd committed no transgressions. He didn't skim off the top. He posed no threat to Masso's power. Joe turned from the window. Do whatever you have to do to guarantee my safety at that meeting. I can't guarantee your safety at the meeting, Dion said. That's my problem with it. He's got you walking into a building where he's bought up every room. They're probably sweeping the place right now, so I can't get any soldiers in there. I can't tuck any weapons anywhere. Nothing. You're going in blind, and we'll be on the outside just as blind. If they decide you're not walking out of that building—" Dion tapped the desktop with his index finger several times. "Then you are not walking out of that building." Joe considered his friend for a long time. "What's gotten into you?" "A feeling." "A feeling ain't a fact," Joe said. "And the facts are there's no percentage in killing me. It benefits no one." "As far as you know." The Romero Hotel was a 10-story red brick building on the corner of 8th Avenue and 17th Street. It catered to commercial travelers who weren't quite important enough for their companies to put them up at the Tampa Hotel. It was a perfectly fine hotel. Every room had a toilet and wash basin, and the sheets were changed every second day. Room service was available in the morning and on Friday and Saturday evenings, but it wasn't palatial by any means. Joe, Sal, and Lefty were met at the front door by Adamo and Gino Vallocco, brothers from Calabria. Joe had known Gino in Charlestown, Penn, and they chatted as they walked through the lobby. "Where you living now?" Joe said. "Salem," Gino said. "It's not so bad." "You settled down?" Gino nodded. "Found a nice Italian girl. 2 kids now." "2?" Joe said. "You work fast." "I like a big family." "You?" Joe wasn't telling a fucking gun monkey, pleasant as he could be to chat with, about his impending fatherhood. "Still thinking about it." "Don't wait too long," Gino said. "You need the energy for when they're young." It was one of the things about the business Joe always found charming and absurd at the same time. 5 men walking to an elevator, 4 of them carrying machine guns, all of them packing handguns, 2 of them asking each other about the wife and kids. At the elevator, Joe kept Gino talking about his kids a bit more as he tried to catch a whiff of ambush odor. Once they climbed in that elevator, any illusions they had of an exit route ended. But that's all they were. Illusions. The moment they'd walked through the front door, they'd given up their freedom. Given up their lives if Masso, for some demented motive Joe couldn't fathom, wanted to end them. The elevator was just the smaller box within the bigger box. But the fact that they were in a box was impossible to argue. Maybe Dion was right. And maybe Dion was wrong. Only one way to find out. They left the Vallocco brothers and got in the elevator. The operator was Ilario Nobile, permanently gaunt and yellowed by hep, but a magician with a gun. They said he could put a rifle shot through a flea's ass during a solar eclipse and could sign his name on a windowsill with a Thompson and not chip a pane of glass. As they rode up to the top floor, Joe chatted with Ilario as easily as he had with Gino Vallocco. In Ilario's case, the trick was to talk about the man's dogs. He bred beagles out of his home in Revere and was known to produce dogs of gentle temperament and the softest ears. But as they rose in the car, Joe wondered again if maybe Dion had been onto something. The Vallocco brothers and Ilario Nobile were all known gunners. They weren't muscle and they weren't brains. They were killers. In the 10th floor hallway, though, the only other person waiting for them was Fausto Scarfone. Another artisan with a weapon, to be sure, but it was him and only him, which left an even match to wait in the corridor. 2 of Masso's guys, 2 of Joe's. Masso himself opened the doors to the Gasparilla suite, the nicest suite in the hotel. He hugged Joe and took both sides of his face in his hands when he kissed his forehead. He hugged him again and patted him hard on the back. "How are you, my son?" "I'm very good, Mr. Pescatore. Thanks for asking." "Fausto, see if his men need anything." "Take their rods, Mr. Pescatore?" Masso frowned. "Of course not. You gentlemen make yourselves comfortable. We shouldn't be too long." Masso pointed at Fausto. Anyone wants a sandwich or something, you call room service. Anything these boys want." He led Joe into the suite and closed the doors behind them. One set of windows looked out on an alley and the yellow brick building next door. A piano manufacturer who'd gone belly up in '29. All that remained was his name, Horace R. Porter, fading on the brick, and a bunch of boarded-up windows. The other windows, though, looked out on nothing that would remind guests of the Depression. They overlooked Ybor and the channels that led out to Hillsborough Bay. In the center of the living area, 4 armchairs were arranged around an oak coffee table. A sterling silver coffee pot and matching creamer and sugar bowl sat in the center. So did a bottle of anisette and 3 small glasses of it, already poured. Masso's middle son, Santo, sat waiting for them, looking up at Joe as he poured himself a cup of coffee and placed the cup down beside an orange. Santo Pescatore was 31, and everyone called him Digger, though no one could remember why, not even Santo himself. "You remember Joe, Santo?" "I don't know, maybe." He half rose from his chair and gave Joe a limp, damp handshake. "Call me Digger." "Good to see you again." Joe took a seat across from him, and Masso came around, took the seat beside his son. Digger peeled the orange, tossing the peels onto the coffee table. He wore a permanent scowl of confused suspicion on his long face, like he'd just heard a joke he didn't get. He had curly dark hair that was thinning up front, a fleshy chin and neck, and his father's eyes, dark and small as sharpened pencil points. There was something dulled about him, though. He didn't have his father's charm or cunning because he'd never needed to. Masso poured Joe a cup of coffee and handed it across the table. "How've you been?" "Very good, sir. You?" Masso tipped a hand back and forth. "Good days and bad." "I hope more good than bad." Masso raised a glass of the anisette to that. So far. Salute." Joe raised a glass. "Salute." Masso and Joe drank. Digger popped an orange slice in his mouth and chewed with his mouth open. Joe was reminded, not for the first time, that for such a violent business it was filled with a surprising number of regular guys. Men who loved their wives, who took their children on Saturday afternoon outings. Men who worked on their automobiles and told jokes at the neighborhood lunch counter and worried what their mothers thought of them and went to church to ask God's forgiveness for all the terrible things they had to render unto Caesar in order to put food on the table. But it was also a business that was populated by an equal number of pigs. Vicious oafs, whose primary talent was that they felt no more for their fellow man than they did for a fly sputtering on the windowsill at summer's end. Digger Pescatore was one of the latter, and like so many of the breed Joe had come across, he was the son of a founding father of this thing they all found themselves entwined with, grafted to, subjects of. Over the years, Joe had met all 3 of Masso's sons. He'd met Tim Hickey's only boy, Buddy. He'd met the sons of Cianci in Miami, Barone in Chicago, and DiGiacomo in New Orleans. The fathers were fearsomely self-made creatures, one and all, men of iron will and some vision, and not even a passing acquaintance with sympathy. But men, unquestionably men. And every one of their sons, Joe thought as the sound of Digger's chewing filled the room, was a fucking embarrassment to the human race. As Digger ate his orange and then a second one, Masso and Joe discussed Masso's trip down, the heat, Graciela, and the baby on the way. After those topics had been exhausted, Masso produced a newspaper that had been tucked into the seat beside him. He took the bottle around the table and sat beside Joe. He poured 2 more drinks and opened the Tampa Tribune. Loretta Figgis's face stared back at them under the headline, "Death of a Madonna." He said to Joe, "This the filly who caused us all the trouble on the casino?" That's her. Why didn't you clip her then? Would have been too much blowback. The whole state was watching. Maso tore an orange slice free of the peel. That's true, but that's not why. No? Maso shook his head. Why didn't you kill the shiner like I told you back in 32? Turner John? Maso nodded. Because we came to an accommodation. Maso shook his head. You weren't ordered to accommodate. You were ordered to kill the son of a bitch. And the reason you didn't was the same reason you didn't kill this putana pazzo. Because you're not a killer, Joseph. Which is a problem. It is? Since when? Since now. You're not a gangster. Trying to hurt my feelings, Maso? You're an outlaw. A bandit in a suit. And now I hear you're thinking of going legitimate? Thinking about it? So you won't mind if I replace you down here? Joe smiled for some reason. Chuckled. He found his cigarettes and lit one. When I got here, Maso, this outfit grossed $1 million a year. I know. Since I got here, we've averaged almost $11 million. Mostly because of the rum, though. Those days are ending. You've neglected the girls and the narcotics. Bullshit, Joe said. Excuse me? I concentrated on the rum because, yeah, it was most profitable. But our narcotic sales are up 65%. As for the girls, we added 4 houses in my time here. But you could have added more. And the whores claim they're rarely beaten. Joe found himself looking down at the table into Loretta's face, then looking up, then looking back down again. It was his turn to exhale a loud breath. Maso, Mr. Pescatore, Maso said. Joe said nothing. Joseph, Maso said. Our friend Charlie wants to make some changes to the way we run our thing. Our friend Charlie was Lucky Luciano out of New York. King, essentially. Emperor for life. What changes? Considering Lucky's right hand is a kike, the changes are a bit ironic, even unfair. I won't lie to you. Joe gave Maso a tight smile and waited for the old man to get to it. Charlie wants Italians, and only Italians, in the top slots. Maso wasn't kidding. It was the height of irony. Everyone knew that no matter how smart Lucky was, and he was smart as hell, he was nothing without Meyer Lansky. Lansky, a Jew from the Lower East Side, had done more than anyone in this thing of theirs to turn a collection of mom-and-pop shops into a corporation. The thing was, though, Joe had no desire to reach the top. He was happy with his small local operation. He said as much now to Maso. You're far too modest, Maso said. I'm not. I run Ybor, and the rum, yeah, but that's over, like you said. You run a lot more than Ybor and a lot more than Tampa, Joseph. Everyone knows that. You run the Gulf Coast from here to Biloxi. You run the outroutes from here to Jacksonville and half the ones that head north. I've been through the books. You've made us a force down here. Instead of saying, and this is how you thank me, Joe said, so if I can't be in charge because Charlie says no Irish need apply, what can I be? What I tell you to. This from Digger, finished with his second orange, wiping his sticky palms on the sides of the armchair. Maso gave Joe a don't mind him look and said, Consigliere. You stay with Digger and teach him the ropes. Introduce him to people around town. Maybe teach him how to golf or fish. Digger fixed Joe in his tiny eyes. I know how to shave and tie my shoes. Joe wanted to say, but you have to think about it, don't you? Maso patted Joe's knee once. You'll have to take a little haircut, financially speaking. But don't worry, we're going to muscle the port this summer. Take the whole fucking thing over, and there'll be plenty of work, I promise. Joe nodded. What kind of haircut? Maso said, Digger takes over your cut. You assemble a crew and keep whatever you make, less tribute. Joe looked at the windows. He looked out at the ones overlooking the alley for a moment, then the ones overlooking the bay. He counted down slowly from 10. You're demoting me to crew boss? Maso patted his knee again. It's a realignment, Joseph. On Charlie Luciano's orders. Charlie said, replace Joe Coughlin in Tampa. Charlie said, no non-Italians at the top. Maso's voice was still smooth, kindly even, but Joe could hear a bit of frustration creeping in. Joe took a moment to keep his own voice in check because he knew how fast Maso could drop the courtly old gentleman mask and reveal the savage cannibal behind it. Maso, I think Digger wearing the crown is a great idea. The two of us together, we'll take over the state. Take over Cuba while we're at it. I have the connections to do that. But my cut needs to stay close to what it is now. I step down to crew boss. I'll make maybe 1/10 of what I'm making now. And I gotta make my monthly nut on, what? Shaking down longshoremen unions and cigar factory owners? There's no power there. Maybe that's the point. Digger smiled for the first time, a piece of orange stuck in his upper teeth. You ever think of that, smart guy? Joe looked at Maso. Maso stared back at him. Joe said, I built this. Maso nodded. Joe said, I pulled 10, 11 times out of this city what Lou Ormino was fucking making for you. Because I let you, Maso said. Because you needed me. Hey, smart guy, Digger said. Nobody needs you. Maso patted the air between him and his son, the kind of calming gesture you use on a dog. Digger sat back in his chair, and Maso turned to Joe. We could use you, Joseph. We could. But I'm sensing a lack of gratitude. So am I. This time, Maso's hand settled on his knee and squeezed. You work for me, not for yourself, not for the spics or the niggers you surround yourself with. If I tell you to go clean the shit out of my toilet, guess what you're going to do? He smiled, his voice as soft as ever. I'll kill your cunt girlfriend and burn your house to embers if I feel like it. You know this, Joseph. Your eyes got a little big for your head down here. That's all. I've seen it happen before. He raised the hand from Joe's knee and patted Joe's face with it. So, do you want to be a crew boss? Or do you want to clean the shit out of my toilets on diarrhea day? I'm accepting applications for both. If Joe played ball, he'd have a few days' head start to talk to all his contacts, marshal his forces, and align the chess pieces correctly. While Maso and his guns were back on the train heading north, Joe would fly up to New York, talk to Luciano directly, put a balance sheet on his desk and show him what Joe would make him versus what a retard like Digger Pescatore would lose him. There was an excellent chance Lucky would see the light and they could move past this with minimal bloodshed. Crew boss, Joe said. Ah, Maso said with a broad smile. My boy. He pinched Joe's cheeks. My boy. When Maso got out of his chair, Joe did too. They shook hands. They hugged. Maso kissed both his cheeks in the same spots where he'd pinched them. Joe shook hands with Digger and told him how much he looked forward to working with him. 4, Digger reminded him. Right, Joe said. For you. He headed for the door. Dinner tonight? Maso said. Joe stopped at the door. Sure. Tropical at 9 sound good? Sounds great. Okay, I'll get us the best table. Wonderful, Maso said. And make sure he's dead by then. What? Joe took his hand off the knob. Who? Your friend. Maso poured himself a cup of coffee. The large one. Dion? Maso nodded. He hasn't done anything, Joe said. Maso looked up at him. What am I missing? Joe said. He's been a great earner and a great gun. He's a rat, Maso said. 6 years ago he ratted on you. Means 6 minutes from now, 6 days, 6 months, he'll do it again. I can't have a rat working for my son. No, Joe said. No. No, he didn't sell me out. That was his brother, I told you. I know what you told me, Joseph. I also know you lied. Now, I allow you one lie. He held up his index finger while he added cream to his coffee. You've had yours. Kill that hunk of shit before dinner. Maso, Joe said. Listen, it was his brother. I know it for a fact. You do? I do. You're not lying to me? I'm not lying to you. Because you know what it means if you are. Jesus, Joe thought. You came down here to steal my operation for your useless fucking son. Just steal it already. I know what it means, Joe said. You're sticking to your story. Maso dropped a cube of sugar into his cup. I'm sticking to it because it's not a story. It's the truth. The whole truth and nothing but, huh? Joe nodded. The whole truth and nothing but. Maso shook his head slowly, sadly, and the door behind Joe opened, and Albert White walked into the room. Chapter 24. How You Meet Your End. The first thing Joe noticed about Albert White was how much he'd aged in 3 years. Gone were the white and cream-colored suits and $50 spats. His shoes were one step above the cardboard worn by the people who lived in the streets and the tents all over the country now. The lapels of his brown suit were frayed and the elbows thin. His haircut was the kind you got at home from a distracted wife or daughter. The second thing Joe noticed was that he held Sal Urso's Thompson in his right hand. Joe knew it was Sal's because of the markings along the breech. Sal had a habit of rubbing the breech with his left hand when he was sitting with the Thompson on his lap. He still wore his wedding ring, even though his wife had caught the typhus in 23, not long before he came to work for Lou Ormino in Tampa. When Sal rubbed the Thompson, the ring scratched the metal. Now, after years of cradling that gun, there was almost no bluing left. Albert raised it to his shoulder as he crossed to Joe. He appraised Joe's 3-piece suit. Anderson and Shepard? He asked. Joe said, H. Huntsman. Albert nodded. He opened the left side of his own jacket so Joe could admire the label. Kresge's. My fortunes have changed a bit since the last time I was here. Joe said nothing. There was nothing to say. I'm back in Boston. I was close to getting a tin cup, you know. Selling fucking pencils, Joe. But then I run into Beppe Nunero in this little basement place in the North End. Beppe and I used to be friends. A long time ago, before all this unfortunate series of misunderstandings with Mr. Pescatore. And Beppe and me, Joe, we got to talking. Your name didn't come up immediately, but Dion's did. See, Beppe used to be a newsie with Dion and Dion's dumb brother Paolo. Did you know that? Joe nodded. So you can probably see where this is going. Beppe said he'd known Paolo most of his life and had a hard time believing Paolo would double-cross anyone, never mind his own brother and a police captain's son on a bank job. Albert slung his arm around Joe's neck. To which I said, Paolo didn't double-cross anyone. Dion did. I know because I'm the guy he ratted too. Albert walked toward the window that faced the alley and Horace Porter's defunct piano warehouse. Joe had no choice but to walk with him. At this point, Beppy thought it might be a good idea if I talked to Mr. Pescatore. They stopped at the window. Which leads us to now. Raise your hands. Joe did, and Albert frisked him as Masso and Digger wandered over and stood by the windows. He removed the Savage .32 from behind Joe's back and the Derringer single shot above his right ankle and the switchblade in his left shoe. Anything else? Albert said. Usually that suffices, Joe said. Cracking wise to the end. Albert put his arm around Joe's shoulders. Masso said, The thing about Mr. White, Joe, that you should probably have grasped. And what's that, Masso? It's that he knows Tampa. Masso raised a thick eyebrow at Joe. Which makes you a lot less needed, Digger said. Dumb fuck. The language, Masso said. Is that really necessary? They all turned back to the window, like kids waiting for the curtain to part at a puppet show. Albert raised the Tommy gun in front of their faces. Nice piece. I understand you know the owner. I do. Joe heard the sadness in his own voice. I do. They stood facing the window for about a minute before Joe heard the scream, and the shadow plummeted down the yellow brick wall across from him. Sal's face flew past the window, his arms flapping wildly at the air. And then he stopped falling. His head snapped up straight and his feet jerked up toward his chin as the noose snapped his neck. The body swung into the building twice and then twirled on the rope. The idea, Joe assumed, had been for Sal to end up hanging directly in front of their eyes. But someone had misjudged the length of rope or maybe the effect of a man's weight at the end of it. So they stood looking down at the top of his head as his body hung between the 10th and 9th floors. They'd cut Lefty's rope correctly, however. He arrived without a scream, his hands free and clasped to the noose. He looked resigned, as if someone had just told him a secret he'd never wanted to hear but had always expected to. Because he'd relieved the weight of the rope with his hands, his neck didn't break. He arrived in front of their faces like something conjured by magicians. He bounced up and down a few times and then dangled. He kicked at the windows. His movements were not desperate or frantic. They were strangely precise and athletic, and the look on his face never changed, even when he saw them watching. He tugged at the rope, even as the tracheal cartilage pressed over the edges of it, and his tongue flopped over his lower lip. Joe watched it ebb out of him, slowly, and then all at once. The light left Lefty like a hesitant bird, but once it left, it flew high and fast. The only solace Joe took from it was that Lefty's eyes, at the very end, fluttered to a close. He looked at Lefty's sleeping face and the top of Sal's head and begged their forgiveness. I will see you both soon. I will see my father soon. I will see Paolo Bartolo. I will see my mother. And then, I am not brave enough for this. I am not. And then, please, God, I do not want to meet the dark. I will do anything. I beg your mercy. I cannot die today. I'm not supposed to die today. I'm to be a father soon. She's to be a mother. We will be good parents. We will raise a fine child. I am not ready. He could hear his own breathing as they walked him to the windows that looked down on 8th Avenue and the streets of Ybor and the bay beyond, and he heard the gunfire before he got there. From this height, The men on the street looked 2 inches tall as they fired Thompsons and handguns and BARs. They wore hats and raincoats and suits. Some wore police uniforms. The police were aligned with the pescatori men. Some of Joe's men lay in the streets or half out of cars, and others kept firing, but they were in retreat. Eduardo Arnaz took a burst straight through his chest and fell against the window of a dress shop. Noel Kenwood was shot in the back and lay in the street, clawing at it. The rest Joe couldn't identify from up here as the battle moved west. First 1 block, then 2. One of his men crashed a Plymouth Phaeton into the lamppost at the corner of 16th. Before he could get out, the police and a couple pescatore men surrounded the car and unloaded their Thompsons into it. Giuseppe Esposito had owned a Phaeton, but Joe couldn't tell from here if he'd been the one driving it. Run, boys. Just run. As if they'd heard him, his men stopped firing back and scattered. Maso placed a hand to the back of Joe's neck. "It's over, son." Joe said nothing. "I wished it could have been different." "Do you?" Joe said. Pescatore cars and Tampa PD cars raced down 8th, and Joe saw several heading north or south along 17th, and then east along 9th or 6th to outflank his men. But his men disappeared. 1 second a man ran along the street, and the next he was gone. The pescatore cars would meet at the corners, the gunners pointing desperately, and go back on the hunt. They gunned down someone on the porch of a casita on 16th, but that seemed to be the only Coughlin Suarez man they could find at the moment. One by one, they'd slipped away. Into the air. One by one, they simply weren't there anymore. The police and the pescatore men milled in the streets now, pointing fingers, shouting at one another. Maso said to Albert, "The fuck did they all go?" Albert held up his hands and shook his head. "Joseph," Maso said, "you tell me." "Don't call me Joseph," Joe said. Maso slapped him across the face. "What happened to them?" "They vanished." Joe looked into the old man's 00 eyes. Poof. "Yeah?" "Yeah," Joe said. And now Maso raised his voice, raised it to a roar, and it was a terrifying sound. "Where the fuck are they?" "Shit." Albert snapped his fingers. "It's the tunnels. They dropped into the tunnels." Maso turned to him. "What tunnels?" "The ones running underneath this fucking neighborhood. It's how they get the booze in." "So put men in the tunnels," Digger said. "No one knows where most of them are." Albert jerked a thumb at Joe. "That's this asshole's genius. Ain't that right, Joe?" Joe nodded, first at Albert, and then at Maso. "This is our town." "Yeah, well, not anymore," Albert said, and drove the butt of the Thompson into the back of Joe's head. Chapter 25. Higher Ground. Joe woke to blackness. He couldn't see and he couldn't speak. At first he feared somebody had gone so far as to stitch his lips together, but after a minute or so, he suspected something that pressed up against the base of his nose might be tape. The more he accepted this, the more the tacky sensation around his lips, as if the skin were smeared with bubblegum, made sense. His eyes weren't taped, though. What had initially presented itself as total dark began to give way to the occasional shape on the other side of a dense shroud of wool or rope. "It's a hood." Something in his chest told him. "They've got a hood over you." His hands were cuffed behind his back. Definitely not rope binding them. Metal all the way. His legs felt tied. And not terribly tight. judging by how much he could move them, what felt like a full inch before he met resistance. He lay on his right side, his face pressed to warm wood. He could smell low tide. He could smell fish and fish blood. He realized he'd been hearing the engine for some time before he recognized it as such. He'd been on enough boats in his life to recognize what it powered. And then the other sensations coalesced and made sense. The slap of waves against the hull, the rise and fall of the wood on which he lay. He could hardly be sure of this, but he didn't hear any other engines, no matter how hard he concentrated on isolating the various sounds around him. He heard men's voices and footsteps passing back and forth on the deck, and, after a while, he discerned the sharp inhale and fluttering exhale of someone close by smoking a cigarette. But no other engines, and the boat wasn't going terribly fast. Didn't feel like it anyway. Didn't sound like something in flight, which meant it was fair to assume no one was coming after them. "Someone get Albert. He's awake." Then they were lifting him, one hand sinking through the hood and into his hair, two more hands under his armpits. He was dragged back along the deck and dropped into a chair, could feel the hard wooden seat under him and the hard wood slats at his back. Hands slid over his wrists, and then the cuffs were unlocked. They'd barely had time to pop open before his arms were pulled around the back of the chair and the cuffs were snapped back on. Someone tied his arms and chest to the chair, tied them just short of too tight to breathe. Then someone, maybe the same someone, maybe someone else, did the same to his legs, tying them so tight to the chair legs that movement was out of the question. They tilted the chair back and he screamed against the tape, the sound of it in his ears, because they were pushing him over the side of the boat. Even with the hood covering his head, he clenched his eyes shut, and he could hear his breath exit his nostrils, so desperate and ragged. If breath could beg, his did. The chair stopped tipping when it met a wall. Joe sat there at a 40-degree angle or so. He guessed his feet and the front chair legs were 1.5 to 2 feet off the deck. Someone removed his shoes, then his socks, then the hood. He batted his eyelids rapid time at the sudden return of light, and not any light, Florida light, immeasurably strong, even though it was diffused by banks of roiling gray clouds. He couldn't see any sun, but the light managed to bounce off a nickel-plated sea. Somehow the brightness lived in the gray, lived in the clouds, lived in the sea, not strong enough to point to, just strong enough for him to feel its effect. When he could see clearly again, the first thing that came into focus was his father's watch. It dangled in front of his eyes. Then Albert's face came into focus behind it. He let Joe see as he opened the pocket of his cheap vest and dropped the watch in. "I was making do with an Elgin myself," he said, and leaned forward, hands on his knees. He smiled his small smile at Joe. Behind him, 2 men dragged something heavy across the deck toward them. Black metal of some kind, with silver handles. The men neared them. Albert stepped back with a bow and a flourish, and they slid the object just below Joe's bare feet. It was a tub, the kind one saw at summer cocktail parties. The hosts would have it filled with ice and bottles of white wine and good beer. There wasn't any ice in it now, though, or wine, or good beer. Just cement. Joe bucked against his ropes, but it was like bucking against a brick house as it fell on top of him. Albert stepped behind him and slapped the back of the chair, and the chair dropped forward, and Joe's legs sank into the cement. Albert watched him struggle, or try to, with the distant curiosity of a scientist. About the only thing Joe could move was his head, As soon as his feet entered the bucket, they were there to stay. His legs were already bound fast, ankles to knees, not a twitch of mobility available. The cement had been mixed a little earlier, judging by the feel of it. It wasn't soupy. His feet sank into it like they were sinking into slits in a sponge. Albert sat on the deck in front of him and watched Joe's eyes as the cement began to set. The sponge sensation gave way to something firmer under the soles of his feet that proceeded to snake around his ankles. "Takes a while to harden," Albert said. "Longer than some would think." Joe got his bearings when he saw a small barrier island off to his left that looked an awful lot like Egmont Key. Otherwise, nothing around them but water and sky. Ilario Nobile brought Albert a canvas folding chair and wouldn't meet Joe's eyes. Albert rose from the deck. He adjusted the chair so the glare off the sea was off his face. He leaned forward and clasped his hands between his knees. They were on a tugboat. Joe and his chair leaned against the rear wall of the wheelhouse, looking out at the back of the boat. It was a great choice in crafts, Joe had to admit. You wouldn't know it to look at one, but tugs were fast, and they could turn on a fucking dime. Albert spun Thomas Coughlin's watch on its chain for a minute, like a boy with his yo-yo, sending it out into the air and then back into his palm with a snap. He said to Joe, "It's running slow. You know that?" Even if he could have spoken, Joe doubted he would have. "Big, expensive watch like this, and it can't even keep the fucking time right." He shrugged. "All the money in the world, am I right, Joe? All the money in the world, and some things are just meant to run their course." Albert looked up at the gray sky and out at the gray sea. "This isn't a race we enter to place second. We all know the stakes. Fuck up, you die. Trust the wrong person, stake the wrong horse." He snapped his fingers. "Lights out. Have a wife? Kids? That's unfortunate. Planning a trip to merry old England next summer? The plan just changed. Thought you'd be breathing tomorrow? Fucking? Eating? Taking a bath? You won't." He leaned forward and stabbed his finger into Joe's chest. "You will be sitting at the bottom of the Gulf of Mexico, and the world will be shut to you. Hell, if 2 fish go up your nose and a few nibble your eyes, you won't mind. You'll be with God, or the devil, or no place. Where you won't be, Joe," he raised his hands to the clouds, "is here. So take a good last look. Take some deep breaths. Really suck that oxygen in." He slipped the watch back into his vest, leaned in, grasped Joe's face in his hands, and kissed the top of his head. "Because you die now." The cement had hardened. It squeezed Joe's toes, heels, ankles. It squeezed everything so hard he could only assume some of the bones in his feet were broken. Maybe all of them. He met Albert's eyes and flicked his own at his left inside pocket. "Stand him up." "No," Joe tried to say. "Look in my pocket." Albert mimicked, his eyes bulging. "Coughlin, show a little class. Don't beg." They slashed the rope over Joe's chest. Gino Vallacco walked over with a hacksaw and dropped to his knees and sawed away at the front chair legs, cutting them free of the chair bottom. "Albert," he said through the tape, "look in this pocket. This pocket. This pocket. This one." Every time he said this, he jerked his head and his eyes toward the pocket. Albert laughed and continued to mimic him, and some of the other men joined in. Fausto Scarfone going so far as to imitate an ape. He made "ooh, ooh, ooh" sounds and scratched his armpits. Over and over, he jerked his head to the left. The left chair leg came free of the seat, and Gino went to work on the right. "Those are good cuffs," Albert said to Ilario Nobile. "Take 'em off. He ain't going anywhere." Joe could see he'd hooked him. He wanted to see in Joe's pocket, but he had to find a way to do it without appearing to give in to his victim's wishes. Ilario removed the cuffs and tossed them to Albert's feet because apparently Albert hadn't earned enough respect to have them handed to him. The right chair leg broke free of the seat, and they pulled the chair off Joe, and he stood upright in the tub of cement. Albert said, "You get to use your hand once. You either rip the tape off your mouth, or you show me what you're trying to buy your pathetic fucking life with. You can't do both." Joe didn't hesitate. He reached into his pocket. He removed the photograph and flung it at Albert's feet. Albert picked it up off the deck as a dot appeared over his left shoulder, just beyond Egmont Key. Albert looked at the photo with a cocked eyebrow and that small, smug fucking smile of his, and he saw nothing special about it. His eyes flicked all the way to the left again, and he began to move them slowly to the right, and then his head went very still. The dot became a dark triangle, moving fast over the glassy gray sea, a hell of a lot faster than the tug, fast as it was, could move. Albert looked at Joe. It was a sharp and furious look. Joe saw clearly that he wasn't furious because Joe had stumbled upon his secret. He was furious because he'd been kept as deep in the dark as Joe. All this time, he'd thought she was dead too. "Christ, Albert," he wanted to say, "in this we're both her sons." Even with 6 inches of electrical tape across his mouth, Joe knew Albert could see him smile. The dark triangle was now, quite clearly, a boat. A classic runabout modified to accommodate extra passengers or bottles in the stern. Cut its speed by 1/3, but that still made it faster than anything on the water. Several of the men on deck pointed and nudged one another. Albert ripped the tape off Joe's mouth. The sound of the boat reached them. A buzz, like a distant wasp swarm. Albert held the photograph in Joe's face. "She's dead." "Look dead to you, does she? Where is she?" Albert's voice was ragged enough for several men to look over at him. "In the fucking picture, Albert. Tell me where it was taken." "Sure," Joe said. "And I'm sure nothing will happen to me then." Albert slammed both his fists into Joe's ears, and the sky pinwheeled overhead. Gino Vellacco shouted something in Italian. He pointed starboard. A second boat had appeared, another modified runabout, with 4 men in it, coming out from behind a spoil bank about 400 yards away. "Where is she?" The ringing in Joe's ears was like a cymbal symphony. He shook his head repeatedly. "Love to tell you," he said, "but I'd love not to fucking drown more." Albert pointed at first one boat, then the other. "They won't stop us. Are you a fucking idiot? Where is she?" "Oh, let me think," Joe said. "Where?" "In the photograph. It's an old one. You just folded up an old—" "Yeah. I thought that too at first. But look at that asshole in the tux. The tall one, all the way to the right, leaning against the piano. Look at the newspaper. The one by his elbow, Albert. Look at the fucking headline. President-elect Roosevelt survives Miami assassination attempt. That was last month, Albert." Now both boats were within 350 yards. Albert looked at the boats, looked at Masso's men, looked back at Joe. He let out a long breath through pursed lips. "You think they're going to rescue you? They're half our size and we have the high ground. You could send 6 boats our way and we'll turn every last one of them into fucking matchsticks. He turned to the men. Kill them! They lined up along the gunwales. They knelt. Joe counted an even dozen of them. 5 to starboard, 5 to port. Ilario and Fausto heading into the cabin for something. Most of the men on deck carried Tommy guns and a few handguns, but none had the rifles necessary for long-range shooting. Ilario and Fausto made that point moot when they dragged a crate back out of the cabin. Joe noticed for the first time that there was a bronze tripod bolted to the deck at the gunwale and a toolbox sitting beside it. Then he realized it wasn't a tripod exactly. It was a deck mount for a gun. A big fucking gun. Ilario reached into the crate and removed 2 ammunition belts of 30-06 rounds that he lay beside the tripod. He and Fausto then reached into the crate and came back out with a 1903 10-barrel Gatling. They placed it on top of the deck mount and went to work securing it. The approaching runabouts grew louder. They were maybe 250 yards away now, which put them about 100 yards out of range for anything but the Gatling. But once that fucker got locked onto the deck mount, it was capable of firing up to 900 rounds a minute. One sustained burst into either of the boats, and the only thing left would be meat for the sharks. Albert said, "Tell me where she is, and I'll make it fast. 1 shot. You'll never feel it. If you make me force it out of you, I'll tear the pieces off you long after you've told me. I'll stack them on the deck until the stack falls over." The men shouted at one another, changing their positions as the runabouts began to move erratically, the one on the port side adopting a serpentine pattern while the starboard assault boat jerked right-left, the engines ratcheting up in pitch. Albert said, "Just tell me." Joe shook his head. "Please," Albert said so quietly no one else could hear. With the boat engines and the Gatling assembly, Joe could barely hear. "I love her. I loved her too." "No," Albert said. "I love her." They finished securing the Gatling to the deck mount. Ilario inserted the ammunition belt into the feed guide and blew at any dust that might be in the hopper. Albert leaned into Joe. He looked around them. "I don't want this. Who wants this? I just want to feel like I felt when I made her laugh, or when she threw an ashtray at my head. I don't even care about the fucking. I just want to watch her drink coffee in a hotel bathrobe. You have that, I hear. With the Spick woman?" "Yeah," Joe said. "I do. What is she, by the way? Nigger or Spick?" "Both," Joe said. "And that doesn't bother you?" "Albert," Joe said, "why on earth would it bother me?" Ilario Nobile, a veteran of the Spanish-American War, manned the crank handle of the Gatling while Fausto took a seat below the gun, the first of the ammunition belts lying across his lap like a grandmother's blanket. Albert drew his long barrel .38 and placed it to Joe's forehead. "Tell me." No one heard the 4th engine until it was too late. Joe looked as deep into Albert as he ever had, and what he saw there was someone as shit-scared, terrified as everyone else he'd ever known. "No." Faruco Diaz's plane appeared out of the western clouds. It came in high but dove fast. Dion stood tall in the rear seat, his machine gun secured to the mount Faruco Diaz had busted Joe's balls about for months until he let him install it. Dion wore thick goggles and seemed to be laughing. The first thing Dion and his machine gun aimed at was the Gatling. Ilario turned to his left, and Dion's bullets blew off his ear and moved through his neck like a scythe, and the ricochets bounced off the gun and bounced off the deck mount and the deck cleats, and collided with Fausto Scarfone. Fausto's arms danced in the air by his head, and then he tipped over, spitting red everywhere. The deck was spitting too, wood and metal and sparks. The men ducked, crouched and curled into balls. They screamed and fumbled with their weapons. 2 fell off the boat. Faruco Diaz's plane banked and surged toward the clouds, and the gunners recovered. They got to their feet and fired away. The steeper the plane climbed, the more vertical they fired, and some of the bullets came back down. Albert took one in the shoulder. Another guy grabbed the back of his neck and fell to the deck. The smaller boats were now close enough to be fired upon, but all of Albert's gunners had turned their backs to shoot at Faruco's plane. Joe's gunners weren't the best shots. They were in boats, and boats that were moving wildly, but they didn't have to be. They managed to hit hips and knees and abdomens, and a third of the men on the boat flopped to the deck and made the noises men made when they were shot in the hip and the knees and the abdomen. The plane came back for a second pass. Men were firing from the boats, and Dion was working that machine gun like it was a fireman's hose, and he was the fire chief. Albert righted himself and pointed his .38 long barrel at Joe as the back of the boat turned into a tornado of dust and chips of wood and men failing to escape a fusillade of lead, and Joe lost sight of Albert. Joe was hit in the arm by a bullet fragment and once in the head by a wood chip the size of a bottle cap. It ripped off a piece of his left eyebrow and nicked the top of his left ear on its way into the Gulf. A Colt .45 landed at the base of the tub, and Joe picked it up and dropped the magazine into his hand long enough to confirm there were at least 6 bullets left in it before he slammed it back home. By the time Carmine Perrone reached him, the blood flowing out of the left side of his face looked a lot worse than it was. Carmine gave Joe a towel, and he and one of the new kids, Peter Wallace, set to work on the cement with axes. While Joe had assumed it had already set, it hadn't. And after 15 or 16 swings of the axes and a shovel Carmine had found in the galley, they got him out of there. Faruco Diaz set his plane down on the water and cut the engine. The plane glided over to them. Dion climbed aboard, and the men went about killing the wounded. "How you doing?" Dion asked Joe. Ricardo Cormarto tracked a young man who was dragging himself toward the stern, his legs a mess, but the rest of him looking ready for a night out in a beige suit and cream-colored shirt, mango red tie flipped over his shoulder, like he was preparing to eat a lobster bisque. Cormarto put a burst into his spine, and the young man exhaled an outraged sigh, so Cormarto put another burst into his head. Joe looked at the bodies piled on the deck and said to Wallace, "If he's alive and all that, bring him to me." "Yes, sir. Yes, sir," Wallace said. He tried flexing his ankles, but it hurt too much. He placed a hand to the ladder under the wheelhouse and said to Dion, "What was the question again?" "How you doing?" "Oh," Joe said. "You know." A guy by the gunwale begged for his life in Italian, but Carmine Perrone shot him in the chest and kicked him overboard. Fossani flipped Gino Velocco over onto his back next. Gino held his hands in front of his face, the blood coming from his side. Joe remembered their conversation about parenting, about there never being a good time to have a kid. Gino said what everyone said. He said, "Wait." He said, "Hold." But Fossani shot him through the heart and kicked him into the Gulf. Joe looked away only to find Dion looking at him steadily, carefully. "They would have killed every last one of us, hunted us down. You know that." Joe blinked in affirmative. "And why?" Joe didn't answer. "No, Joe. Why?" Joe still didn't answer. "Greed," Dion said. "Not sensible greed, not fucking sane greed. Endless greed. Because it's never enough for them. Dion's face was purple with rage when he leaned in so close to Joe their noses touched. "It's never fucking enough." Dion leaned back, and Joe stared at his friend a long time, and in that time he heard someone say there was no one left to kill. "It's never enough for any of us," Joe said. "You, me, Pescatore. Tastes too good." "What?" "The night," Joe said. "Tastes too good. You live by day, you play by their rules. So we live by night and play by ours. But Dee, we don't really have any rules." Dion gave that some thought. "Not too many, no. Starting to wear me out." "I know it," Dion said. "I can see it." Fasani and Wallace dragged Albert White across the deck and dropped him in front of Joe. He was missing the back of his head, and there was a black gout of blood where his heart should have been. Joe squatted by the corpse and fished his father's watch from Albert's vest pocket. He checked it quickly for damage, found none, and pocketed it. He sat back on the deck. "I was supposed to look him in the eye." "How's that?" Dion said. "I was supposed to look him in the eye and say, 'You thought you got me, but I fucking got you.' You had that chance 4 years ago." Dion lowered his hand to Joe. "I wanted it again." Joe took the hand. "Shit," Dion said as he lifted him to his feet. "Ain't no one gets that kind of chance twice." Chapter 26. Back to Black. The tunnel that led to the Romero Hotel began at Pier 12. From there it ran 8 blocks under Ybor City and took 15 minutes to traverse, if the tunnel wasn't flooded by high tide or overrun with night rats. Luckily for Joe and his crew, it was midday and low tide when they arrived at the pier. They covered the distance in 10 minutes. They were sunburned, they were dehydrated, and in Joe's case they were wounded. But Joe had impressed upon everyone during the ride in from Egmont Key that if Masso was half as smart as Joe knew he was, he'd have put a limit on when he was supposed to hear back from Albert. If he assumed it had all gone to hell, he'd waste no time making tracks. The tunnel ended at a ladder. The ladder rose to the door of the furnace room. Beyond the furnace room was the kitchen. Past the kitchen was the manager's office, and beyond that was the front desk. In each of the latter 3 positions, they could see and hear if anything was waiting for them beyond the doors. But between the top of the ladder and the furnace room lay one hell of a question mark. The steel door was always locked because it was, during normal operation, opened only upon hearing a password. The Romero had never been raided because Esteban and Joe paid the owners to pay the proper people to look the other way, and also because it brought no attention to itself. It didn't run an active speakeasy. It merely distilled and distributed. After several arguments about how to get through a steel door with 3 bolts and the wrong end of the lock cylinder on their side, they decided that the best shot among them, in this case Carmine Perrone, would cover from the top of the ladder while Dion solved the lock with a shotgun. "If there's anyone on the other side of that door, we're all fish in a barrel," Joe said. "No," Dion said. "Me and Carmine are fish in a barrel. Hell, I'm not even sure we'll survive the ricochets. Rest of you Nancy boys? Shit." He smiled at Joe. "Fire in the hole." Joe and the other men went back down the ladder and stood in the tunnel, and they heard Dion say, "Last chance," to Carmine, and then he fired the first shot into the hinge. The blast was loud, metal meeting metal in a concrete and metal enclosure. Dion didn't pause either. With the sound of the fragments still pinging around up there, he fired a second and third blast, and Joe assumed that if anyone was left in the hotel, they were coming for them now. Hell, If all that was left was people on the 10th floor, they damn sure knew they were here. "Let's go! Let's go!" Dion shouted. Carmine hadn't made it. Dion lifted his body out of the way and sat him against the wall as they came up the ladder. A piece of metal, who knew from what, had entered Carmine's brain through his eye, and he stared back at them with his good one, an unlit cigarette still drooping from his lips. They wrenched the door off its hinges and went into the boiler room, and through the boiler room into the distillery and the kitchen beyond. The door between the kitchen and the manager's office had a circular window in the center that looked out onto a small accessway with a rubber floor. The manager's door was ajar, and the office beyond showed evidence of a recent war party. Wax paper with crumbs on top, coffee cups, an empty bottle of rye, overflowing ashtrays. Dion took a look and said to Joe, "Never expected to see old age myself." Joe exhaled through his mouth and went through the door. They went through the manager's office and came out behind the front desk, and by that point, they knew the hotel was empty. It didn't feel ambush empty. It felt empty. The place for an ambush had been the boiler room. If they'd wanted to draw them in a little farther just to be sure they caught any stragglers, the kitchen would have been the spot. The lobby, though, was a logistical nightmare. Too many places to hide, too easy to scatter, and 10 steps from the street. They sent some men up to the 10th in the elevator and a few more by way of the stairs, just in case Masso had come up with an ambush plan Joe simply couldn't fathom. The men came back and reported that the 10th was cleaned out, though they had found both Sal and Lefty laid out on the beds in 1009 and 1010. "Bring 'em down," Joe said. "Yes, sir. And have someone bring Carmine in from the ladder, too." Dion lit a cigar. "I can't believe I shot Carmine in the face." "You didn't shoot him," Joe said. "Ricochets." "Splitting hairs," Dion said. Joe lit a cigarette and allowed Posetta, who'd been an army medic in Panama, to take another look at his arm. Posetta said, "You need to get that treated, boss. Get you some drugs." "We got drugs," Dion said. "The right drugs," Posetta said. "Go out the back," Joe said. "Go get me what I need or find the doc." "Yes, sir," Posetta said. Half a dozen members of the Tampa PD on their payroll were called and came down. One of them brought a meat wagon, and Joe said goodbye to Sal and Lefty and Carmine Perrone, who just 90 minutes ago had dug Joe out of a cement bucket. It was Sal who got to him the most, though. Only in retrospect did the full measure of their 5 years together hit him. He'd had him into the house for dinner countless times, sometimes brought sandwiches to him in the car at night. He'd entrusted him with his life, with Graciella's life. Dion put a hand on his back. "This is a tough one. We gave him a hard time." "What?" "This morning in my office. You and me. We gave him a hard time, Dee." "Yeah." Dion nodded a couple of times and then blessed himself. "Why'd we do that again?" "I don't even know," Joe said. "There had to be a reason." "I wish it meant something," Joe said, and stepped back so his men could load them into the meat wagon. "It means something," Dion said. "Means we should settle up with the fucks who killed him." The doctor was waiting at the front desk when they got back from the loading dock, and he cleaned Joe's wound and sutured it while Joe got his reports from the police officers he'd sent for. "The men he had working for him today," Joe said to Sergeant Bick of the 3rd District. "They on his permanent payroll?" "No, Mr. Coughlin." "Did they know they were going after my men in the streets?" Sergeant Bick looked at the floor. "I gotta assume so." "I gotta too," Joe said. "We can't kill cops," Dion said. Joe was looking into Bick's eyes when he said, "Why not?" "It's frowned upon," Dion said. Joe said to Bick. "You know of any cops who are with Pescatore now?" "Everyone who shot it out today, sir? They're writing reports right now. The mayor's not happy. The Chamber of Commerce is livid." "The mayor's not happy?" Joe said. "The Chamber of fucking Commerce?" He slapped Bick's hat off the top of his head. "I'm not happy. Fuck everyone else. I'm not happy." There was an odd silence in the room, and no one knew where to put their eyes. To the best of anyone's recollection, even Dion's, no one had ever heard Joe raise his voice before. When he spoke to Bick again, his voice had returned to its normal pitch. "Pescatore doesn't fly. He doesn't like boats either. That means he's got only two ways out of this city. So he's either part of a convoy heading north on 41, or he's on the train. So, Sergeant Bick, pick up your fucking hat and find him." A few minutes later, in the manager's office, Joe called Graciela. "How you feeling?" "Your child is a brute," she said. "My child, huh? He kick all the time." "On the bright side," Joe said, "only 4 more months to go." "You," she said, "are so very funny. I would like to get you pregnant next time. I would like you to feel your stomach in your windpipe and have to pee more times than you blink." "We'll give that a try." Joe finished his cigarette and lit another. "I heard about a gunfight on 8th Avenue today," she said, and her voice was much smaller and much harder. "Yes." "Is it over?" "No," Joe said. "You are at war?" "We are at war," Joe said. "Yes." "When will you be finished?" "I don't know." "Ever?" "I don't know." For a minute they said nothing. He heard her smoking from her end, and she could hear him smoking from his. He checked his father's watch and saw that it was now running a full half an hour behind, even though he had reset it on the boat. "You don't see it," she said eventually. "See what?" "That you have been at war since the day we met. And why?" "To make a living." "Is dying a living?" "I'm not dead," he said. "By the end of the day you could be, Joseph. You could. Even if you win today's battle and the next one and the one after that, there is so much violence in what you do that it must come back for you. It will find you." Just what his father had told him. Joe smoked and blew it up toward the ceiling and watched it evaporate. He couldn't say there wasn't truth in her words, just as there may have been some in his father's, but he didn't have the time for truth right now. He said, "I don't know what I'm supposed to say here." "I don't either," she said. "Hey," he said. "What?" "How do you know it's a boy?" "Because he's kicking at things all the time," she said. "Just like you." "Ah." "Joseph." She inhaled on her cigarette. "Don't leave me to raise him on my own." The only train scheduled to leave Tampa that afternoon was the Orange Blossom Special. Seaboard's 2 standard trains had already left, and no more were scheduled until tomorrow. The Orange Blossom Special was a deluxe passenger train that ran to and from Tampa in the winter months only. The problem for Masso, Digger, and their men was that it was booked solid. While they were working on bribing the conductor, the police showed up, and not the ones on their payroll. Masso and Digger were sitting in the back of an Auburn sedan in a field just west of Union Station, where they had a clear view of the red brick building and its cake icing white trim, and the 5 tracks that ran from the back of it. Gunmetal rails of hot-rolled steel that stretched from this small brick building and endlessly flat land to points north and east and west, splaying like veins across the country. "Should have gotten into railroads," Maso said, "when there was still a chance back in the teens." "We got trucks," Digger said. "That's better. Trucks ain't getting us out of this." "Let's just drive," Digger said. "You don't think they'll notice a bunch of wops in swell cars and black hats driving through the fucking orange groves? We drive at night." Maso shook his head. "Roadblocks. By now, that Irish cocksucker has set them up on every road from here to Jacksonville." "Well, a train ain't the way to go, Pop." "Yes," Maso said. "It is. I can get us a plane out of Jacksonville and you fly on one of those fucking death traps." "Don't ask me to." "Pop, they're safe. They're safer than trains?" Maso pointed. As he did, the air popped with a percussive echo, and smoke rose from a field about a mile away. "Duck hunting?" Digger said. Maso looked over at his son and thought how sad it was that a man this stupid was the smartest of his 3 offspring. "You seen any ducks around here?" "So then—" Digger's eyes narrowed. He actually couldn't figure it out. "He just blew up the tracks," Maso said, and looked across at his son. "You get your retard from your mother, by the way. Woman couldn't win a game of checkers against a bowl of fucking soup." Maso and his men waited by a payphone on Platte, while Anthony Servidone went on ahead with a suitcase full of money to the Tampa Bay hotel. He called an hour later to report that the rooms were taken care of. There was no police presence and no local hoods as far as he could see. "Send in the security detail." They did. Not that there was much of one left after whatever had happened on that tugboat. They'd sent 12 guys out on that boat, 13 if you counted that slick semi-fuck, Albert White. That left a security detail of 7 men plus Maso's personal bodyguard, Sepe Carbone. Sepe was from the same town Maso had grown up in, Alcarno, on the northwest coast of Sicily. Though Sepe was much younger, so he and Maso had grown up there in different times. Still, Sepe was a man from that town, merciless, fearless, and loyal to the death. After Anthony Servidone called back to confirm that the security detail had cleared the floor and the lobby, Sepe drove Maso and Digger to the back of the Tampa Bay Hotel, and they took the service elevator to the 7th floor. "How long?" Digger said. "Day after tomorrow," Maso said. "We keep our heads down until then. Even that Mick son of a bitch doesn't have the pull to keep roadblocks up that long. We drive down to Miami, catch the train from there." "I want a girl," Digger said. Maso slapped his son hard in the back of the head. "What part of lying low don't you understand? A girl? A fucking girl? Why don't you ask her to bring some friends? Maybe a couple of guns, you dumb fuck." Digger rubbed his head. "A man has needs." "You see a man around here?" Maso said. "You point him out to me." They arrived at the 7th floor, and Anthony Servidone met the lift. He handed Maso his room key and Digger his. "You cleared the room?" Anthony nodded. "They're clean. Every one. Whole floor." Maso had met Anthony in Charlestown, where everyone was loyal to Maso because it was death if you weren't. Sepe, on the other hand, had come from Alcarno with a letter from Toro Bassina, the local boss, and had distinguished himself more times than Maso could count. "Sepe," he said now, "give the room another look. Subito, capo, subito." Sepe's Thompson cleared his raincoat, and he walked through the men gathered outside Maso's suite and let himself inside. Anthony Servidone stepped in close. They were seen at the Romero. Who? Coughlin, Bartolo, a bunch of Cubans and Italians on their side. Coughlin, definitely? Anthony nodded. No question. Maso closed his eyes for just a moment. He even get a scratch? Yeah, Anthony said quickly, excited to deliver some good news. Big cut on his head and took a slug to his right arm. Maso said, Well, I guess we should wait for him to die of fucking blood poisoning. Digger said, I don't think we got that kind of time. And Maso closed his eyes again. Digger walked down to his room with a man on either side of him, as Sepe came back out of Maso's suite. It's all clear, boss. Maso said, I want you and Servidone on the door. Everyone else better act like centurions on the Hun border. Capiche? Capiche. Maso entered the room and removed his raincoat and his hat. He poured himself a drink, but from the bottle of anisette they'd sent up. Booze was legal again. Most of it, anyway, and what wasn't would be. The country had found sanity again. A fucking shame what it was. Pour me one, would you? Maso turned, saw Joe sitting on the couch by the window. He had his Savage 32 sitting on his knee with a Maxim silencer screwed onto the muzzle. Maso wasn't surprised, not even a little bit. Just curious about one thing. Where were you hiding? He poured Joe a glass and brought it to him. Hiding? Joe took the glass. When Sepe cleared the room. Joe used his 32 to point Maso to a chair. I wasn't hiding. I was sitting on the bed over there. He walked in and I asked him if he wanted to work for someone who'd be alive tomorrow. That's all it took? Maso said. It took you wanting to place a fucking dunce like Digger in a position of power. We had a great thing here. A great thing. And you come in and fuck it all up in one day. That's human nature, isn't it? Fixing what ain't broke? Joe said. Maso nodded. Well, shit, Joe said. It doesn't have to be. No, Maso said. But it usually is. You know how many people died today because of you and your fucking greed? You, the simple wop from Endicott Street? Well, you ain't that. Someday, maybe you'll have a son, and then you'll understand. Will I? Joe said. And what will I understand? Maso shrugged, as if to put it into words would sully it. How is my son? By now? Joe shook his head. Gone. Maso pictured Digger lying face down on a floor in the next room over, a bullet in the back of his head, the blood pooling on the carpet. He was surprised by how deep and suddenly the grief overtook him. It was so black and hopeless and horrific. I'd always wanted you for a son, he said to Joe and heard his voice break. He looked down at his drink. Funny, Joe said. I never wanted you for a father. The bullet entered Maso's throat. The last thing he ever saw was a drop of his blood landing in his glass of anisette. Then it all went back to black. When Maso fell, he dropped the glass and landed on his knees, and his head hit the coffee table. It lay on the right cheek, empty eyes staring at the wall to his left. Joe stood and looked at the silencer he'd picked up at the hardware store for $3 that afternoon. Rumor was Congress was going to raise the price to $200 and then outlaw them entirely. Pity. Joe shot Maso through the top of the head just to be sure. Out in the hall, they'd disarmed the pescatore guns without a fight, as Joe suspected they might. Men didn't like to fight for a man who thought so little of their lives he'd put an idiot like Digger in charge. Joe exited Masso's suite and closed the doors behind him and looked at everyone standing around, unsure what would happen next. Dion exited Digger's room, and they stood in the hallway for a moment. 13 men and a few machine guns. "I don't want to kill anyone," Joe said. He looked at Anthony Servidone. "You want to die?" "No, Mr. Coughlin. I do not want to die." "Anyone?" Joe looked around the hallway and got a bunch of solemn headshakes. "If you want to go back to Boston, head back with my blessing. You want to stay down here, get some sun, meet some pretty ladies, we got jobs for you. Ain't too many people offering those these days. So let us know if you're interested." Joe couldn't think of anything else to say. He shrugged, and he and Dion got on the lift and took it down to the lobby. A week later in New York, Joe and Dion walked into an office at the back of an actuarial firm in Midtown Manhattan and sat across from Lucky Luciano. Joe's theory that the most terrifying men were also the most terrified went right out the window. There was no fear in Luciano. There was very little that resembled emotion, in fact, except a hint of black and endless rage in the furthest depths of his Dead Sea gaze. The only thing this man knew about terror was how to infect other people with it. He was dressed impeccably and would have been a handsome man if his skin didn't look like veal that had been pounded with a meat tenderizer. His right eye drooped from a failed hit on him back in '29, and his hands were large and looked like they could squeeze a skull until it popped like a tomato. "You two hoping to walk back out that door?" he said when they took their seats. "Yes, sir." "Then tell me why I got to replace my Boston management group." They did, and as they talked, Joe kept looking for some indication in those dark eyes that he saw their point or didn't, but it was like talking to a marble floor. The only thing you got back, if you caught the light right, was your own reflection. When they finished, Lucky stood and looked out the window at 6th Avenue. "You've made a lot of noise down there. What happened to that holy roller who died? Wasn't her father police chief?" "They forced him into retirement," Joe said. "Last I heard, he was at some kind of sanitarium. He can't hurt us." "But his daughter did, and you let her. That's why the word on you is that you're soft. Not a coward. I didn't say that. Everyone knows how close you got to take care of that yokel back in '30, and that ship heist took brass ones. But you didn't take care of that shiner back in '31, and you let a fucking dame, Coughlin, block your casino play." "That's true," Joe said. "I got no excuse." "No, you don't," Luciano said. He looked across the desk at Dion. "What would you have done with the shiner?" Dion looked uncertainly at Joe. "Don't you look at him," Luciano said. "You look at me and you tell me straight." But Dion continued to look at Joe until Joe said, "Tell him the truth, D." Dion turned to Lucky. "I would have turned out his fucking lights, Mr. Luciano. His sons, too." He snapped his fingers. "Taken out the whole family." "And the holy roller dame?" "Her I would have disappeared like." "Why?" "Give her people the option of turning her into a saint. They can tell themselves she's immaculately concepted up to heaven. Whatever. Meanwhile, they damn well know we chopped her up and fed her to the reptiles, so they'd never fuck with us again. But the rest of the time, they'd gather in her name and sing her praises." Luciano said, "You're the one Pescatore said was a rat." "Yup." "Never made sense to us," he said to Joe. "Why would you knowingly trust a rat who sent you up the river for 2 years?" Joe said, "I wouldn't." Luciano nodded. "That's what we thought when we tried to talk the old man out of the hit. But you sanctioned it. We sanctioned it if you refused to use our trucks and our unions in your new liquor business. Maso never brought that up to me. No? No, sir. He just said I was going to take orders from his son and I had to kill my friend. Luciano stared at him for a long time. All right, he said eventually. Make your proposal. Make him boss. Joe jerked his thumb at Dion. Dion said, What? Luciano smiled for the first time. And you'll stay on as consigliere? Yes. Dion said, Hold on a second, just hold on. Luciano looked at him and the smile died on his face. Dion read the tea leaves fast. I'd be honored. Luciano said, Where are you from? Town called Manganaro in Sicily. Luciano's eyebrows rose. I'm from Leccara Fridi. Oh, Dion said. The big town. Luciano came around the desk. You gotta be from a real shithole like Manganaro to call Leccara Fridi the big town. Dion nodded. That's why we left. When was that? Stand up. Dion stood. I was 8. Been back? Why would I go back? Dion said. It'll remind you of who you are, not who you pretend to be, who you are. He put an arm around Dion's shoulders. And you're a boss. He pointed at Joe. And he's a brain. Let's go have some lunch. I know a great place a few blocks from here. Best gravy in the city. They left the office, and 4 men fell in around them as they headed for the elevator. Joe, Lucky said, I need to introduce you to my friend, Meyer. He's got some great ideas about casinos in Florida and in Cuba. Now Luciano put his arm around Joe. You know much about Cuba? Chapter 27. A Gentleman Farmer in Pinar del Rio. When Joe Coughlin met up with Emma Gould in Havana in the late spring of 1935, it had been 9 years since the speakeasy robbery in South Boston. He remembered how cool she'd been that morning, how unflappable, and how those qualities had unnerved him. He'd then mistaken being unnerved for being smitten, and mistook being smitten for being in love. He and Graciela had been in Cuba almost a year, staying at first in the guest house of one of Esteban's coffee plantations high in the hills of Las Terrazas, about 50 miles west of Havana. In the morning they woke to the smell of coffee beans and cocoa leaves, while mist ticked and dripped off the trees. In the evenings they walked the foothills, while rags of fading sunlight clung to the thick treetops. Graciela's mother and sister visited one weekend and never left. Tomas, not even crawling when they'd arrived, took his first step late in his 10th month. The women spoiled him shamelessly and fed him to the point he turned into a ball with thick, wrinkly thighs. But once he began to walk, he quickly began to run. He would run through the fields and up and down the slopes, and the women would chase him so that very soon he was not a ball but a slim boy with his father's light hair, but his mother's dark eyes, and skin that was a cocoa butter combination of them both. Joe made a few trips back to Tampa on the Tin Goose, a Ford tri-motor 5AT that rattled in the wind and lurched and dipped without warning. He exited a couple of times with his ears so blocked he couldn't hear the rest of the day. The air nurses gave him gum to chew and cotton to stuff in there, but it was still a primitive way to travel, and Graciela wanted no part of it. So he would make the trip without her and find that he missed her and Tomas at a physical level. He would wake in the middle of the night at their house in Ybor with stomach pain so sharp it stole his breath. As soon as his business was concluded, he'd take the first plane he could get down to Miami, take the next available one out of there. It wasn't that Graciela didn't want to return to Tampa. She did. She just didn't want to fly there. And she didn't want to return right now, which, Joe suspected, meant she really didn't want to go back. So they stayed in the hills of Las Terrazas, and her mother and sister, Benita, were joined by a third sister, Inez. Whatever bad blood had existed between Graciela, her mother, Benita, and Inez looked to have been healed by time and the presence of Tomas. On a couple of unfortunate occasions, Joe followed the sound of their laughter to catch them dressing Tomas like a girl. One morning, Graciela asked if they could buy a place here. Here? Well, it doesn't have to be right here, but in Cuba, she said. Just a place we could visit. We'd be visiting? Joe smiled. Yes, she said. I must get back to work soon. She didn't really. On his trips back, Joe had checked in on the people in whose care she'd left her various charities, and they were all trustworthy men and women. She could stay away from Ybor for a decade, and all her organizations would still be standing. Hell, flourishing when she returned. Sure, doll. Whatever you want. It wouldn't have to be a big place, or a fancy place, or a... Graciela, Joe said. Pick whatever you want. You see something and it's not for sale? Offer them double. Not unheard of in those days. Cuba, hit by the Depression worse than most countries, was taking tentative steps toward recovery. The abuses of the Machado regime had been replaced by the hope of Colonel Fulgencio Batista, leader of the Sergeants' Revolt that had sent Machado packing. The official president of the Republic was Carlos Mendieta, but everyone knew Batista and his army ran the show. So favored was this arrangement, the American government had started pouring money into the island 5 minutes after the revolt that put Machado on a plane to Miami. Money for hospitals and roads and museums and schools, and a new commercial district along the Malecon. Colonel Batista not only loved the American government, but he also loved the American gambler. So Joe, Dion, Meyer-Lansky, and Esteban Suarez, among others, had full access to the highest offices in government. They'd already purchased 99-year leases on some of the best land along the Parque Central and in the Tacon Market District. There was no end to the money they'd make. Graciela said Mendieta was Batista's puppet, and Batista was the puppet of United Fruit and the United States. He'd raid the coffers and rape the land, while the United States kept him propped in place because America believed good deeds could somehow follow bad money. Joe didn't argue. He also didn't point out that they themselves had followed bad money with good deeds. Instead, he asked her about this house she'd found. It was a bankrupt tobacco plantation, actually, just outside the village of Arcenas, 50 miles farther west in the Pinar del Rio province. It came with a guest house for her family and endless fields of black soil for Tomas to run in. The day Joe and Graciela purchased it from the widow, Domenica Gomez, she introduced them to Ilario Bacigalupi outside the attorney's office. Ilario, she explained, would teach them everything there was to know about farming tobacco, if they were interested. Joe looked at the small, round man with the bandit's mustache as the widow's driver whisked her away in a two-tone Detroit Electric. He'd noticed Ilario with the widow Gomez a few times, always in the background, and had assumed he was a bodyguard in a region where kidnapping wasn't unheard of. But now he noticed the scarred, oversized hands, the prominence of their bones. He'd never thought about what he'd do with all those fields. Ilario Bacigalupi, on the other hand, had given it plenty of thought. First, he explained to Joe and Graciela, no one called him Ilario. They called him Siggy, which had nothing to do with tobacco. As a child, he'd been incapable of pronouncing his own last name, always getting hung up on the second syllable. Siggy told them that 20% of the village of Arsenas had, until very recently, depended on the Gomez plantation for work. Since Senor Farmer Gomez had fallen to drink, and then fallen off his horse, and then fallen into insanity and sickness, there had been no work. For 3 harvests, Siggy said, no work. It was why many of the children in the village wore no pants. Shirts, carefully tended to, could last a lifetime. But pants always gave way at some point in the seat or the knees. Joe had noticed a prevalence of bare-assed children on his drives through Arsenas. Hell, if they weren't bare-assed, they were naked. Arsenas, in the foothills of Pinar del Rio, was more the hope of a village than an actual one. It was a collection of sagging huts with roofs and walls constructed of dried palm fronds. Human waste exited through a trio of ditches that flowed into the same river from which the villagers drank. There was no mayor or town leader to speak of. The streets were cuts of mud. "We don't know anything about farming," Graciela said. By this point, they were in a cantina in Pinar del Rio City. "I do," Siggy said. "I know so much, señorita, that whatever I've forgotten is not worth teaching." Joe looked into Siggy's cagey, knowing eyes and reevaluated the relationship between the foreman and the widow. He thought the widow had kept Siggy for protection, but now he realized Siggy had spent the sales process watching after his livelihood and making sure the widow Gomez knew what was expected of her. "How would you start?" Joe asked him, pouring them all another glass of rum. "You will need to prepare the seed beds and plow the fields. First thing, patron. First thing. The season starts next month." "Can you stay out of my wife's way while she fixes up the house?" He nodded at Graciela several times. Of course. "How many men will you need for this?" she asked. Siggy explained that they would need men and children to seed, and men to build the seed beds. They would need men or children to monitor the soil for fungus and disease and mold. They would need men and children to plant and hoe and plow some more and kill the cutworms and mole crickets and stink bugs. They would need a pilot who didn't drink too much to dust the crops. "Jesus Christ," Joe said. "How much work does this take?" "We haven't even discussed topping, suckering, or harvesting," Siggy said. "Then there is the stringing, the hanging, the curing, having someone tend the fire in the barn." He waved his big hand at the breadth of the labor. "What's our bottom line?" Graciela asked. "How much do we make?" Siggy pushed the figures across the table to them. Joe sipped his rum as he looked them over. "So, a good year, if there's no blue mold or locusts or hailstorms and God shines his light down on Pinar del Rio without stop, we make 4% back on our investment." He looked across the table at Siggy. "That right?" "Yes. Because you are only using a quarter of your land. But if you invest in your other fields, bring them back to the state they were in 15 years ago, in 5 years, you will be rich." "We're already rich," Graciela said. "You will be richer." "What if we don't care about being richer?" "Then think of it this way," Siggy said. "If you leave the village to starve, you may find them all sleeping in your field one morning." Joe sat up in his chair. "Is that a threat?" Siggy shook his head. "We all know who you are, Mr. Coughlin. Famous Yankee gangster, friend of the Colonel. It would be safer for a man to swim into the middle of the ocean and cut his own throat than to threaten you." He solemnly made the sign of the cross. "But when people starve and have nowhere to go, where would you have them end up?" "Not on my land," Joe said. "But it's not your land. It's God's. You are renting it. This rum, this life," he patted his chest. "We are all just renting from God." The main house needed almost as much work as the farm. While the planting season began outside, the nesting season took over on the inside. Graciela had all the walls replastered and repainted, had the flooring in half the house ripped up and replaced when they arrived. There was only one toilet. There were 4 by the time Siggy started the topping process. By then, the rows of tobacco stood about 4 feet high. Joe woke one morning to air so sweet and fragrant, it immediately made him consider the curve of Graciela's neck with lust. Tomas lay sleeping in his crib when Graciela and Joe went to the balcony and looked out on the fields. They'd been brown when Joe went to sleep, but now a carpet of green sported pink and white blossoms that glittered in the soft morning light. Joe and Graciela looked across the breadth of their land, from the balcony of their house to the foothills of Sierra del Rosario, and the blossoms glittered as far as they could see. Graciela, standing in front of him, reached back and placed her hand to his neck. He put his arms around her abdomen and placed his chin in the hollow of her neck. "And you don't believe in God," she said. He took a deep breath of her. "And you don't believe good deeds can follow bad money." She chuckled, and he could feel it in his hands and against his chin. Later that morning, the workers and their children arrived and went through the fields, stalk by stalk, removing the blossoms. Plants spread their leaves as if they were great birds, and from his window the next morning Joe could no longer see the soil, nor any blossoms. The farm, under Siggy's stewardship, continued to work without a hitch. For the next stage, he brought in even more children from the village, dozens of them, and sometimes Tomas would laugh uncontrollably because he could hear their laughter in the fields. Joe sat up some nights, listening to the sounds of the boys playing baseball in one of the fallow fields. They'd play until the last of the light had left the sky, using only a broomstick and what remained of a regulation ball they'd found somewhere. The cowhide covering and the wool yarn was long gone, but they'd managed to salvage the cork center. He listened to their shouts and the snap of the stick against the ball, and he thought of something Graciela had said recently about giving Tomas a little brother or little sister soon. And he thought, why stop at one? Repairing the house moved more slowly than resurrecting the farm. One day Joe traveled to Old Havana to look up Diego Alvarez, an artist who specialized in the restoration of stained glass. He and Senor Alvarez agreed on a price and a good week for him to make the 100-mile journey to Arcenas and repair the windows Graciela had salvaged. After the meeting, Joe visited a jeweler on Avenida de las Misiones that Meyer had recommended. His father's watch, which had been losing time for more than a year, had stopped completely a month ago. The jeweler, a middle-aged man with a sharp face and a perpetual squint, took the watch and opened the back of it, and explained to Joe that while he owned a very fine watch, it still needed to be tended to more than once every 10 years. "The parts," he said to Joe, "all these delicate parts, you see them? They need to be re-oiled." "How long will it take?" Joe asked. "I'm not sure," the man said. "I must take the watch apart and look at each piece." "I understand that," Joe said. "How long?" "If the pieces need re-oiling and nothing more, 4 days. 4, Joe said, and felt a flutter in his chest, as if a small bird had just flown through his soul. No way it could be quicker? The man shook his head. And, senor, if anything is broken, just one small part, and you see how small these parts are? Yes. I will have to send the watch to Switzerland. Joe looked out the dusty windows to the dusty street for a moment. He took his wallet from his inside suit pocket and removed 100 American, placed the bills on the counter. I'll be back in 2 hours. Have a diagnosis by then. What? Tell me if it'll need to go to Switzerland by then. Yes, senor. Yes. He left the shop and found himself wandering old Havana in all its sensual decay. Havana, he had decided on his many trips here over the past year, wasn't simply a place. It was the dream of a place. A dream gone drowsy in the sun, fading into its own bottomless appetite for languor, in love with the sexual thrum of its death throes. He turned one corner and then another, and then a third, and he was standing on the street where Emma Gould's brothel was. Esteban had given him the address more than a year ago now, on the night before that bloody day with Albert White and Masso, and Digger, and poor Sal and Lefty, and Carmine. He supposed he'd known he was coming here since he'd left the house yesterday, but he hadn't admitted it to himself, because to come here seemed silly and frivolous, and very little of him remained frivolous. A woman stood out front, hosing the sidewalk free of the glass that had been broken the night before. She sent the glass and dirt into the gutter, and it ran down the slope of the cobblestone street. When she looked up and saw him, the hose drooped in her hand but didn't fall. The years hadn't been horrible to her, though they hadn't exactly been fond either. She looked like a beautiful woman whose vices had failed to love her back, who'd smoked and drunk too much, and both habits had found a way to manifest themselves in crow's feet and lines around the edges of her mouth and below her lower lip. Her lower eyelids sagged, and her hair was brittle, even in all this humidity. She raised the hose and went back to work. Say what you have to say. You want to look at me? She turned toward him, but kept her eyes on the sidewalk, and he had to move to keep his shoes dry. So you had the accident and you thought, I'm going to take advantage of this? She shook her head. No? Another shake of the head. Then what? Once the coppers started chasing us, I told the driver the only way to get away was to drive off the bridge. But he wouldn't listen. Joe stepped out of the path of her hose. So? So I shot him in the back of the head. We went in the water, and I swam out, and Michael was waiting for me. Who's Michael? He's the other fella I was keeping on the hook. He was waiting outside the hotel the whole night. Why? She scowled at him. Once you and Albert started getting all, I can't live without you, Emma. You are my life, Emma. I needed some kind of safety net in case you blew each other up. What choice did a gal have? I knew sooner or later I'd have to get out from under your thumbs. God, the way you two would go on. My apologies, Joe said, for loving you. You didn't love me. She concentrated on a particularly stubborn piece of glass that had lodged itself between two stones in the street. You just wanted to have me. Like a fucking Grecian vase or a fancy suit. Show me to all your friends. Say, ain't she a dish? She looked at him now. I'm not a dish. I don't want to be owned. I want to own." Joe said, "I mourned you. That sweet pumpkin. For years. How did you carry such a cross? Gosh golly, you're some man." He took another step back from her, even though she'd pointed the hose in the opposite direction, and he saw the whole play for the first time. Like a mark who'd been grifted so many times, his wife didn't allow him out of the house unless he left his watch and his pocket change behind. "You took the money out of the bus locker, didn't you?" She waited for the bullet she feared was behind the question, but he raised his hands to show they were empty and would stay that way. She said, "You did give me the key, remember?" If there was honor among thieves, then she was right. He'd given her the key. From that point, it was hers to do with as she saw fit. And the dead girl? The one they kept finding pieces of? She turned off the hose and leaned against the stucco wall of her bordello. "Remember Albert talking about how he'd found himself a new girl?" "Not really." "Well, he did. She was in the car. Never got her name." "You kill her, too?" She shook her head, then tapped her forehead. Her head hit the back of the front seat during the crash. Don't know if she died then or later, but I didn't stick around to find out. He stood on the street feeling like a fool. A fucking fool. "Was there a moment when you loved me?" he asked. She searched his face with growing exasperation. "Sure. Maybe a few moments. We had laughs, Joe. When you stopped mooning over me long enough to fuck me proper, it was really good. But you had to make it something it wasn't." "Which was what?" "I don't know. Something flowery. Something you can't hold in your hand. We're not God's children. We're not fairy tale people in a book about true love. We live by night and dance fast so the grass can't grow under our feet. That's our creed." She lit a cigarette and plucked a piece of tobacco off her tongue, gave it to the breeze. "You don't think I know who you are now? You don't think I've been wondering when you'd show up over here, among the natives? We're free. No brothers or sisters or fathers, no Albert Whites. Just us. You want to come by? You have an open invitation." She crossed the sidewalk to him. "We always had a lot of laughs. We could laugh now. Spend our lives in the tropics and count our money on satin sheets. Free as birds." "Shit," Joe said. "I don't want to be free." She cocked her head and seemed confused to the point of genuine sorrow. "But that's all we ever wanted." "It's all you ever wanted," he said. "And hey, now you have it. Goodbye, Emma." She set her teeth hard and refused to say it in return, as if by not saying it she retained some power. It was the kind of stubborn, spiteful pride you found in very old mules and very spoiled children. "Goodbye," he said again, and walked away without a look back, without a twinge of regret, with nothing left unsaid. Back at the jeweler's, he was told, delicately and with great care, that the watch would need to make the trip to Switzerland. Joe signed the release form and the repair order. He took the jeweler's scrupulously detailed receipt. He placed it in his pocket and left the shop. He stood on the old street in the old city and, for a moment, couldn't think of where to go next. Chapter 28. How late it was. All the boys who worked the farm played baseball, but some were religious about it. As the harvest came upon them, Joe noticed that several had covered their fingertips with surgical tape. He asked Siggy, "Where'd they get the tape?" "Oh, we got boxes of that, man," Siggy said. "Back in Machado's days, they sent in a medical team with some newspaper writers. Show everyone how Machado loved his peasants. Soon as the newspaper writers leave, so do the doctors. They come, take all the equipment, but we hold on to a carton of that tape for the little ones." "Why?" "You ever cured tobacco, man?" "No." "Well, if I show you why, then will you stop asking dumb questions?" "Probably not," Joe said. The tobacco stalks were now taller than most men, their leaves longer than Joe's arm. He didn't allow Tomas to run in the tobacco patch any longer for fear he could lose him. The croppers, mostly older boys, arrived one morning and picked the leaves from the ripest stalks. The leaves were piled on wooden sleds, and then the sleds were unhitched from the mules and hitched to tractors. The tractors were driven to the curing barn on the western edge of the plantation, a task left to the youngest boys. Joe stepped out on the porch of the main house one morning, and a boy no older than 6 puttered past him on a tractor, a sled full of leaves piled high behind him. The boy gave Joe a big smile and a wave and kept puttering along. Outside the curing barn, the leaves were pulled from the sleds and placed on stringing benches under the shade trees. The stringing benches had racks affixed to them. The stringers and the handers, all the baseball boys with the surgical tape on their fingers, would place a stick in the rack and begin tying the leaves to the sticks with twine until the leaf bunches hung from one end of the tobacco stick to the other. They did this from 6 in the morning until 8 at night. There was no baseball those weeks. The twine had to be pulled tight while retaining pressure on the stick, so cord burns to the hands and the fingers were common. Hence, Siggy pointed out, the surgical tape. "Soon as this is done, patron, all this tobacco hung, one end of the barn to the other, we sit for 5 days while it cures. Only man has a job is the man tending the fire in the barn, and the men checking it don't get too moist or too dry in there. The boys, they get to play the baseball." He put a quick hand on Joe's arm. "If that's okay with you." Joe stood outside the barn, watching those boys string tobacco. Even with the rack, they had to raise and extend their arms to tie off the leaves. Raise and extend them for pretty much 14 hours straight. He gave Siggy a foul look. "Of course it's okay. Christ, that fucking work is unbearable. I did it for 6 years. How? I don't like starving. You like starving?" Joe rolled his eyes. "Mm-hmm. Another man," Siggy said. "Don't like starving. Only thing the whole world agrees on. Starving is no fun." The next morning, Joe found Siggy in the curing barn, making sure the hangers spaced the leaves properly. Joe told him to pull himself away, and they crossed the fields and walked down the eastern ridge and stopped at the worst field Joe owned. It was rocky. It was blocked from the sun by hills and outcrops all day, and the worms and weeds loved it. Joe asked if Herodes, their best driver, worked much during curing. "He's still working the harvest," Siggy said, "but not like the boys." "Good," Joe said. "Have him plow this field." "Ain't nothing going to grow here," Siggy said. "No shit," Joe said. "So why plow it?" "Because it's easier to build a baseball field on level ground, don't you think?" The same day they constructed the pitcher's mound. Joe was walking with Tomas past the barn when he saw one of the workers, Perez, beating his son, just clouting his head like the boy was a dog he'd caught eating his supper. Kid couldn't have been any older than 8. Joe said, "Hey," and started toward them, but Siggy stepped in front of him. Perez and Perez's son looked at him, confused, and Perez hit his son in the head again and then in the ass several times. "Is that necessary?" Joe said to Siggy. Tomas, oblivious, squirmed for Siggy, to whom he'd taken a shine lately. Siggy took Tomas from Joe and held him high above him as Tomas giggled, and Siggy said, "You think Perez likes to hit his boy? Think he woke up, said, 'I want to be a bad guy, make sure the boy grows up to hate me'? No, patron. He woke up saying, 'I got to put food on the table. I got to keep them warm, keep them dry, fix that roof leak, kill the rats in their bedroom, show them the right path, show my wife I love her, have 5 fucking minutes for myself, and sleep for 4 hours before I got to get up and go back into the fields. And when I leave for the fields, I can hear the littlest ones crying, 'Papa, I'm hungry. Papa, there's no milk. Papa, I feel sick.' And he comes back day after day to that, goes out day after day to that. And then you give his son a job, patron, and it's like you saved his life, because maybe you did. But then his son fails at this job? Kono. That son gets beat. Better beat than hungry." What did the boy fail at? He was supposed to watch the curing fire. He fell asleep. Could have burned the whole crop. He handed Tomas back to Joe. Could have burned himself. Joe looked at the father and son now. Perez had his arm around the boy nodding, the father speaking in low tones and kissing the side of the boy's head several times. The lesson delivered. The boy didn't seem to soften under the kisses, though. So the father pushed his head away and they both went back to work. The baseball field was completed the day the tobacco was moved from the barn to the pack house. Preparing the leaves for market was a job left mostly to the women, who walked up the hill to the plantation in the morning as hard-faced and hard-fisted as the men. While they sorted and graded the tobacco, Joe gathered the boys in the field and gave them the gloves and fresh balls and Louisville sluggers that had arrived 2 days before. He laid out 3 base pads and home plate. It was as if he'd shown them how to fly. In the early evenings, he'd take Tomas to watch the games. Sometimes Graciela would join them, but her presence often proved to be too distracting for a couple of the boys entering early adolescence. Tomas, one of those kids who never sat still, was wrapped in the presence of the game. He sat quietly, hands clasped between his knees, watching something he couldn't possibly understand yet, but which worked on him the way music and warm water did. Joe said to Graciela one night, "Outside of us, there's no hope in that town but baseball. They love it." "That's good then, yes?" "Yeah, it's great. Shit on America all you want, honey, but we export some good things." She gave him a flash of wry brown eyes. "But you charge for it." Who didn't? What made the world run, if not free trade? We give to you, and you give something back in return. Joe loved his wife, but she still seemed unable to accept that her own country, while undoubtedly beholden to his, was far better off for the transaction. Before the United States had pulled their asses out of the fire, Spain had left them languishing in a cesspool of malaria and bad roads and non-existent medical care. Machado hadn't improved on the model. But now, with General Batista, They had a surging infrastructure. They had indoor plumbing and electricity in a third of the country and half of Havana. They had good schools and a few decent hospitals. They had a longer life expectancy. They had dentists. Yes, the United States exported some of its goodwill at the point of a gun. But all the great countries who had advanced civilization throughout history had done the same. And when you considered Ybor City, hadn't he? Hadn't she? They'd built hospitals with blood money, pulled women and children off the streets with rum profits. Good deeds, since the dawn of time, had often followed bad money. And now, in baseball-crazy Cuba, in a region where they would have been playing it with sticks and bare hands, they had gloves, so new the leather creaked, and bats as blonde as peeled apples. And every evening, when the work was done and the rest of the green stems had been removed from the leaves, and the crop had been sheeted and packed, and the air smelled of the remoistened tobacco and tar, he sat on a chair beside Siggy and watched the shadows lengthen in the field, and they discussed where they'd buy the seed for the outfield grass, so it would no longer be a scrabble of dirt and loose stone out there. Siggy had heard rumors of a league near these parts, and Joe asked him to keep looking into it, particularly for the fall when the farm duties would be at their lightest. On market day, their tobacco sold for the second highest price at the warehouse. 400 sheets of tobacco, weighing an average of 275 pounds, went to a single buyer, the Robert Burns Tobacco Company, which manufactured the Panatella, the new American sensation in cigars. To celebrate, Joe gave bonuses to all the men and women. He gave 2 cases of Coughlin Suarez rum to the village. Then, on Siggy's suggestion, he rented a bus, and he and Siggy took the baseball team to their first movie at the Bijou in Vinales. The newsreels were all about the Nuremberg laws taking effect in Germany, footage of anxious Jews packing up belongings and leaving furnished apartments behind to head for the first train out. Joe had read accounts recently that claimed Chancellor Hitler represented an authentic threat to the fragile peace that had held in Europe since 18. But he doubted the funny-looking little man would go much further with this lunacy. Now that the world had sat up and taken notice, there just wasn't any percentage in it. The shorts that followed were forgettable, though the boys on the team all laughed a lot, their eyes as wide as the base pads he had bought them, and it took Joe a moment to realize that they knew so little of the movies they'd thought the newsreels about Germany were the feature. Then came the main event, an otter called Riders of the Eastern Ridge, starring Tex Moran and Estelle Summers. The credits flashed quick across the black screen, and Joe, who never went to the movies in the first place, couldn't have cared less who was responsible for making it. He was, in fact, starting to look down to make sure his right shoe was tied when the name that popped on the screen snapped his eyes back up. Screenplay: Aidan Coughlin. Joe looked over at Siggy and the boys, but they were oblivious. "My brother," he wanted to tell someone. "My brother." On the bus ride back to Arsenas, he couldn't stop thinking about the movie. A Western, yes, with gunfights galore and a damsel in distress, and a stagecoach chase along a crumbling cliff road. But something else, too, if you knew Danny. The character Tex Moran had played was an honest sheriff in what turned out to be a dirty town. A town where the most prominent citizens gathered one night to plot the death of a swarthy migrant farmer who, one claimed, had ogled his daughter. In the end, the movie retreated from its own radical premise. The good townspeople learned the error of their ways, but only after the swarthy migrant farmer had been killed by a group of outsiders in black hats. The message of the movie, then, as far as Joe could tell, was that the danger from without would wash clean the danger from within, which, in Joe's experience, and in Danny's, was bullshit. But, either way, it was a hell of a fun time at the theater. The boys had gone wild for it. The whole bus ride home they'd talked about buying 6 guns and gun belts when they grew up. Late that summer, his watch returned from Geneva by mail. It arrived in a lovely mahogany box with velvet inlay and gleamed from a polishing. Joe was so overjoyed that it would be days before he could admit to himself that it still ran a bit slow. In September, Graciela received a letter informing her that the Greater Ybor Board of Overseers had elected her Woman of the Year for her work with the less fortunate in the Latin Quarter. The Greater Ybor Board of Overseers was a loose collection of Cuban, Spanish, and Italian men and women who gathered once a month to discuss their shared interests. In the first year, the group had disbanded 3 times, while most of the meetings had ended in fights that spilled out of the restaurant of choice and into the street. The fights were usually between the Spaniards and the Cubans, but every now and then the Italians threw a punch or two so they wouldn't feel left out. After enough of the bad blood had been given full measure, the members managed to find common ground in their shared exile from the rest of Tampa, and grew into a fairly powerful interest group in a very short time. If Graciela would agree, the board wrote, they would be pleased to present her with a reward at a gala to be held at the Don Cesar Hotel on St. Petersburg Beach the first weekend in October. "What do you think?" Graciela asked over breakfast. Joe was groggy. He had been having variations on the same nightmare lately. He was with his family, and they were somewhere foreign. Africa, he felt, but he couldn't say why exactly. Just that they were surrounded by tall grass and it was very hot. His father appeared at the limit of his vision, at the farthest edge of the fields. He said nothing. He just watched as the panthers emerged from the tall grass, sleek and yellow-eyed. They were the same shade of tan as the grass and, thus, impossible to see until it was too late. When Joe saw the first of them, he shouted to warn Graciela and Tomas, but his throat had already been removed by the cat that sat on his chest. He noticed how red his blood looked on its great white teeth, and then he closed his eyes as the cat went back for seconds. He poured himself more coffee and willed the dream from his head. "I think," he said to Graciela, "that it's time for you to see Ybor again." The restoration of the house, much to their surprise, was mostly complete. And last week Joe and Siggy had laid the grass sod for the outfield. There was nothing holding them to Cuba, for the time being, except Cuba. They left near the end of September, at the end of the rainy season. They left Havana Harbor and crossed the Florida Straits, and steamed due north along the west coast of Florida, arriving at the port of Tampa in the late afternoon of September 29. Sepe Carbone and Enrico Pozzetta, both of whom had risen fast in Dion's organization, met them in the terminal. And Sepe explained that word had leaked of their arrival. He showed Joe page 5 of the Tribune. "Reputed Ybor syndicate boss returning." The story alleged that the Ku Klux Klan was making threats again, and that the FBI was mulling an indictment. "Jesus," Joe said, "where do they come up with this shit?" "Take your coat, Mr. Coughlin." Over his suit, Joe wore a silk raincoat he'd bought in Havana. It was imported from Lisbon and sat as lightly on him as a layer of epidermis. But the rain couldn't make a dent in it. The final hour of the boat ride, Joe had seen the clouds massing, which was no surprise. Cuba's rainy season might be far worse, but Tampa's was no joke either, and judging by the clouds, it was still hanging around. "I'll keep it on," Joe said. "Help my wife with her bags." "Of course." The four of them left the terminal and walked into the parking lot. Seppi to Joe's right, Enrico to Graciella's left. Tomas rode Joe's hip, his arms around his neck, Joe checking the time, when the sound of the first gunshot reached them. Seppi died on his feet. Joe had seen it enough times. He continued to hold Graciella's bags as the hole went straight through the center of his head. Joe turned as Seppi fell, and the second gunshot followed the first, the gunman saying something in a calm, dry voice. Joe clutched Tomas to his shoulder and threw himself at Graciella, and they all toppled to the ground. Tomas cried out, more in shock than pain as far as Joe could tell, and Graciella grunted. Joe heard Enrico firing his gun. He looked over, saw that Enrico was hit in the neck, the blood coming out of him way too fast and way too dark. But he was firing his .17 Colt .45, firing it under the car nearest to him. Now Joe heard what the shooter was saying. "Repent. Repent." Thomas wailed, not in pain but in fear. Joe knew the difference. He said to Graciella, "You okay? Are you okay?" "Yes," she said. "Wind knocked out. Go." Joe rolled off them, drew his .32 and joined Enrico. "Repent." They fired under the car at a pair of tan boots and trouser legs. "Repent." On Joe's fifth try, he and Enrico hit bullseyes on the same shots. Enrico's blew a hole in the shooter's left boot, and Joe's snapped his left ankle in half. Joe looked over at Enrico in time to see him cough once and die. It was that quick, and he was gone, the gun in his hand still smoking. Joe jumped over the hood of the car between him and the shooter and landed on the ground in front of Irving Figgis. He was dressed in a tan suit with a faded white shirt. He wore a straw cowboy hat and used his pistol, a long-barrel Colt, to push himself to his one good foot. Stood there on the gravel in his tan suit, with his shattered foot dangling from his ankle nub, like his pistol dangled from his hand. He looked in Joe's eyes. "Repent." Joe kept his own gun aimed at the center mass of Irv's chest. "I don't follow." "Repent." "Fine," Joe said. "To who?" "God." "Who says I don't?" Joe took a step closer. "What I won't do, Irv, is repent to you." "Then repent to God," Irv said, his breath thin and rushed. "In my presence." "No," Joe said, "'cause then it's still about you and not about God, isn't it?" Irv shuddered several times. "She was my baby girl." Joe nodded. "But I didn't take her from you, Irv. Your kind did." Irv's eyes opened and fixed on Joe's person, on something in the waist area. Joe glanced down, didn't see anything. "Your kind," Irv repeated. "Your kind." "What's my kind?" Joe asked, and risked another glance down his own chest. Still couldn't see anything. "Those with no God in their heart." "I got God in my heart," Joe said. "He's just not your God. Why'd she kill herself in your bed?" "What?" Irv was weeping now. 3 bedrooms in that house," Joe said. "Why'd she kill herself in yours?" "You sick and lonely man. You sick and lonely." Irv looked at something over Joe's shoulder and then back at his waistline. And it got the better of Joe. He took a hard look at his waist and saw something that hadn't been there when he'd left the boat. Something that wasn't on his waist. It was on his coat. In his coat. A hole. a perfectly round hole on the right flap, just by his right hip. Irv met his eyes, and there was a great shame there. "I am," Irv said. "So sorry." Joe was still trying to piece it together when Irv saw what he'd been waiting for, and took 2 one-legged hops onto the road and into the path of a coal truck. The driver hit Irv, and then he hit his brakes. But all that did was cause him to skid on the red brick, and Irv went under the tires, and the truck bounced when it crushed his bones and rolled over him. Joe turned away from the road, heard the driver still skidding, and he looked at the hole in his raincoat and realized the bullet had passed through from behind. Passed through clean. Missed his hip by who knew how few or how many inches. The flap would have been swaying in the air at that point as he covered his family. He looked over the car and he saw Graciela trying to stand, and the blood that poured out of her waist, out of her entire midsection. He dove over the hood of the car and landed on his hands and knees in front of her. She said, "Joseph." He could hear the fear in her voice. He could hear the knowledge in her voice. He tore off his coat. He found the wound just above her groin, and he pressed the wadded-up coat to her midsection, and he said, "No, no, 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 no." She wasn't trying to move anymore. She probably couldn't. A young woman dared to stick her head out of the terminal door, and Joe screamed, "Call a doctor! A doctor!" The woman went back inside, and Joe saw Tomas staring at him, his mouth open but no sound coming out. "I love you," Graciela said. "I always loved you." "No," Joe said, and pressed his forehead to hers. He pressed the coat as hard as he could against the wound. "No, no, no. You're my... No," she said. "Shh." He pulled his head back from hers as she drifted off and kept drifting. "World," he said. Chapter 29. A Man in His Profession. He remained a great friend of Ybor, though few knew him. None, certainly, knew him the way he'd been known when she was alive. Then, he'd been pleasant and surprisingly open for a man in his profession. Now he was pleasant. He grew old very fast, some said. He walked with hesitancy, as if he limped, though he didn't. Sometimes he took the boy fishing. This was usually at sunset, when the snook and redfish were most likely to bite. They'd sit on the seawall where he'd taught the boy how to tie his line, and every now and then he'd put his arm around the boy, speak softly into his ear, and point toward Cuba. This is Jim Frangione. We hope you've enjoyed this unabridged recording of Live by Night by Dennis Lehane. This program was produced by Elgin Productions. Executive producer, Karen Jakonski. Text copyright 2012 by Dennis Lehane. Production copyright 2012 by HarperCollins Publishers. All rights reserved. Thank you for listening.